Hello again, everyone, and welcome to Union University basketball. And Steve Beverly is with you, along with Coach Mark Campbell, as we preview today's women's half of the doubleheader between Union and Valdosta State, which is always Donnybrook. And you got history with this one going back to a South Regional Championship game a few years back. And this one is going to be for the conference leadership. But before we get into Valdosta State, Mark, we have to talk a bit about West Florida. I don't think there was anybody in the house that thought you would be able to hold that team under 40 and perform as you did, with maybe the possible exception of the first 4 minutes of the fourth quarter. Tell me what went so right on Thursday night against West Florida.
I think that we've just kind of changed our mental approach when it comes to defense over the last 2 weeks. I think we've been really good offensively most of the year. I think it's been pretty consistent. I think we have a lot of different options. We don't depend on just one person every night. Probably as deep and a balanced a team as I've coached. Maybe, 05 team was pretty balanced. The 9 team was pretty balanced. But I would put it as balanced as we've had. We're just efficient offensively. We really haven't peaked offensively. We have a lot of things that haven't happened on one night where everything came together. But defensively is something that I've really had to change my mindset about. And so my new assistant, Sean Blackburn, has really helped me with that. And I think what it's done is, hey, we can make up points and get some separation by being a little bit better with our details defensively. And so I think we saw that the last 2 games. We set some goals. Our girls are attentive to those goals, focused on those goals. And in the last 8 quarters, we've accomplished 9 of the quarters of those goals. And so I think that's going to really bode well towards the end of the year. And last night, I think we happened to, catch them on not maybe their best night, with the exception of 33 making all 6 of her first shots and scoring their first 13 points. I thought we were pretty good from that point on.
Yeah, for a bit it looked like it was going to be the Zoe Pillar and Shanique Lucas show, because Shanique comes in and gets 10 of your first 12 points, and Zoe is getting 13 in a row to start the game for them. But then here's the key point. You held her down to a single basket for the remainder of the game after she got that 13. What kind of adjustments were made to compensate for that?
Well, she's a very good player, especially if she gets within 2 or 3 feet, and 6 of those points were within 2 or 3 feet. So the other jumpers, we give her the rest of the game. I think when we scout people, we want them to go outside of what they normally do, and those are outside of what she normally does.
In the second quarter, you had to go just a little bit more than 8 minutes without Jalencia Williams after she picked up her second foul, and yet the team continued to pour it on and had a very, very strong second quarter without her in the lineup. So that had to be somewhat of a shot in the arm, because of the fact that if you don't have your biggest gun in there in the post, they still continue to pick up the slack.
Yeah, I thought Keeley really defended. She was active. You look at the score sheet, and she has 2 points, but there were so many intangible things she did during that 8 minutes, and got dead tired, but gave an unbelievable effort. So I think I think we're a team that's very balanced in general. I think we miss it when Jay's not in there doing what she does, because she makes it look so simple, and she makes everybody else better just by being in the paint, being somebody that demands too.
Let's look at this Valdosta State team, because you alluded to some of their talent. This is a team that doesn't matter whether you're down there or they're up here. It's going to be a war, because that's the way they play. What are the other strengths that they bring to the table in addition to what you have already told us about?
Well, I think that they're Dee does a good job coaching. I think they're going to be prepared. They have a quality 5. It's just player of the year on that side last year when the conference was East-West. And so she's able to affect the game with her length. She can run the floor. But I don't think necessarily she's somebody we have to help down on, which is the difference between last night. I mean, we would need to help down on Pillar a little bit because of her strength and size and her ability to score close to the basket. But I think the difference in Valdosta is they have multiple people who can make threes. Last night they made 12 against CBU, and so that's a different piece to it. We haven't done a very good job this year guarding the 3-point line, and that's going to be something we have to get better at. And it's a great opportunity for us to do that against Valdosta.
Of course, for the second straight game, conference leadership is at stake. Union 1/2 game on top of Valdosta State. The winner will be atop the Gulf South Conference. And Mark, we wish you a lot of good luck, and we will be seeing you down on the floor shortly. And right now, let's go to the starting lineups.
And let's give you the starting lineups for both the teams today. Let's start with Valdosta State. It's an international group, and they have a lot of variety here. Tamaya Francis, she's a sophomore from Toronto, Ontario. All of these players are transfers either from another school or from junior college. Nicole Haynes, she is from Spanish Fork, Utah, transfer from Texas A&M International. Kwajalein Farrer, she is from Grovetown, Georgia, transfer at 6'1". She's a graduate transfer from South Carolina Aiken. Delaney Bernard, she's a 5'8" graduate transfer from St. Leo University. And Lily Long, a 6-foot sophomore from Melbourne, Australia, and also a community college transfer. Now let's go to the Bulldogs. And it's the same cast of characters that we've had just about all the way. Lucas, Baker, Williams, Dillard, and Dunnigan. Jalencia is on top in scoring, 15.5 per game and 8.4 rebounds. And then you got Lucas averaging 12, Ashton Baker, the Flash, averaging 11, Emily Dunnigan averaging 10, and Bethany Dillard averaging 9. So you look at that combination, they combine for 57 of the average 76 points that the Lady Bulldogs score per game on the season. Union coming in 14-2, 9-0 in the Gulf South Conference. And so this one once again today is for leadership because Valdosta State is coming in also 14-2, but they have one loss. They're 9-1, half game back. And so just like it was against West Florida on Thursday night, Union is fighting to hold on not only to home court advantage, but also for the leadership in the Gulf South Conference. And Lady Bulldogs, as we said, averaging 76 a game, Valdosta averaging 70. And we'll get to more of the details as far as the totals right after we have the starting lineups and your invocation and our national anthem.
Thank you for your cooperation. At this time, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for this day you've given us. Thank you for the opportunity to gather here this afternoon and enjoy this game that we love. Thank you for these players and coaches and for their dedication to the sport of basketball. We ask that all will compete this afternoon with good sportsmanship and be kept free from injury. May all that is done and said here today be to your glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
And now, this afternoon's starting lineup, beginning with the visitors, the Blazers of Valdosta State University. At guard, 5'3" sophomore from Toronto, Ontario, number 1, Tamaya Francis. At forward, 5'11" graduate student from Spanish Fork, Utah, number 3, Nicole White. At center, 6'1" graduate student from Roseland, Georgia, number 20, Colonial McConnell. At guard, 5'8" graduate student from Lakewood, Colorado, number 11, Delaney Bernard. And at forward, a 6-foot sophomore from Melbourne, Australia, number 15, Lily Wong. The head coach of the Lakers is Andrew Sherman, assisted by Alexis Huffman. And now, for your Union Lady Bulldogs! And the 5'8" junior from Port Cosby, California, number 1, Sonny Lucas. And the 5'6" graduate student from Nesbitt, Mississippi, number 2, Ashton Baker. At center, a 6'2" senior from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 12, Jalencia Williams. And a 5'10" freshman from Mount Arkansas, number 20, Valerie Dillon. And at guard, a 5'4" graduate student from Houston, Tennessee, number 24, Emily Clear-Finnegan. The head coach of the Lady Bulldogs is Mark Campbell, assisted by Sean Butler and Miracle Gray.
Today, because these two teams are numbers 1 and 2 in the Gulf South Conference. Union ranked number 9 nationally, and Valdosta State ranked number 16 nationally. That's the highest that each is in the two polls nationally. There's a coaches and a media poll. Union number 9 and number 15, and Valdosta State number 16 and number 20. But we'll give you the highest rank for each of those two teams because we think it better reflects how strong the Gulf South Conference is this year. Jalencia Williams is going to jump it as usual, and she'll have a definite height advantage and a physical advantage, and it goes to the Lady Bulldogs. And as Mark Campbell says, that it's important for this team to get off to a good, solid start, not having to play from behind because this is a tough defensive team. Valdosta State defends the three quite well, short, and it goes back. It went off of the chest over in the corner of Bernard, and so here we go. It's Lady Bulldogs ball. So Union gets a reprieve here, and they're going to use that usual, and this time it's a dish off on the side and was blocked, and that's the kind of defense that they're going to play underneath. They will suddenly crash down with two defenders on the shooter. This is one of the best defensive teams they have held. And underneath, that was a perfect lob pass, but just Williams got right back into position to just get in the way and create a hurry for Farrer. And let's see how Mark plays it. It goes off of the fingertips, last touched by Francis. I was mentioning to you, though, Valdosta State holds its opponents to 25% for the entire season in three-point shooting. And there are some good three-point shooters in this conference. Good teams that do that. Williams working one-on-one, has it blocked. So you can see how defense is going to play a huge part in this game. Union unsuccessful in its first three shots of the game, and that's just because of this lightning-quick defense that Valdosta State plays, and losing it out of bounds is Francis. First turnover of the game. And they're looking to Baker to make good decisions with the basketball today. That's crucial. And not to do what Dave Niven would call shot turnovers. I'll talk more about that as the game goes along. And that one was just forced into the hands of Dillard. She couldn't hold on, so Lady Bulldogs commit their first turnover. You can see both of these teams, because there's so much on the line, even though it's just a regular season game, both of these teams are a little shaky here in the early going. And the foul is going to be on Baker, trying to slap it away from Nicole Hain. She's the young lady from Utah. So Hain goes to the line for 2. Union had to play without Jalencia Williams for most of the second quarter on Thursday night against West Florida, but you had Keely Robinson that just stepped right up, and as well as Samaria Thompson, and Union did not miss a beat in that game. Hain with the first basket of the game, this one from the free throw line. And Valdosta State takes the first lead. Lady Blazers are they're very strong. They average 44% a game from the floor. Union, 48%. And Union back in that rotation. That was an absolutely, that was a 180 pass over to Emily Dunnigan. They only have 5 on the shot clock. Boy, are they clogging up the middle. And Shanique cannot get that one to bounce off the backboard high enough. And Mark Campbell is trying to redirect his defenders. The only points here in the first 3 minutes have been from the free throw line. Turnaround shot is short. A nice pickup and very instinctive move by Francis to kick it off of Union, and so it'll be Blazers ball underneath. Valdosta State, one of the most beautiful campuses in the entire Gulf South. I know for a fact I went there my first 2 years of college. Have fond memories from there. That one goes astray for Hain. And Baker thought about going all the way. Union trying to get some outside baskets going so that they can open up the inside for Williams, and she just moves aside her defender and gets the first basket for the Lady Bulldogs to tie it at 2. With this being a defensive game, you figure it probably will be played in the 60s. Now, that's assuming that you don't have a flurry of, and underneath, getting perfect position underneath. Terrific job by Farrer. She's their leading scorer, averaging 14 a game. She also hauls down 8 rebounds. And Ashton Baker, she was robbed. She had the perfect angle on it, and it just dipped out. That's one of those that when you're having an afternoon that's not going well, you just, and back inside again, Farrer had the position and navigated the basket. So Valdosta State out to the early lead at 6-2. Shanique Lucas has that ticket like she did on Thursday night, often down the right-hand side, but she was picked up quickly and dished it off. Part of Valdosta State's game plan is try to shut off Lucas, and that one was short. You could tell she didn't have enough height on it when she released it. When you're shooting that far outside, you've got to have about 20% more arc on the ball than what you do if you are closer in. And a little more push on the ball as well. They're double teaming the inside, and right there at the free throw line, and that is Farrer. She has 6, and Union down 8-2. So this is not what the Lady Bulldogs and Mark Campbell wanted to see happen early, is to get down this quickly. But you're having to go from behind 2 possessions. Turnaround is there. Got the whirl around for Bethany Dillard, and the freshman nabs it. They need a big game from her today from the outside, because you start getting them from the outside, that'll open up more opportunities for Jalencia Williams on the inside, because they're going to have to come out and defend you. And there's a steal. And here goes Dunnigan. And she thought about it and did take it all the way. That was a little bit of indecision whether to dish off or to try, and she didn't have the best of all possible shots. And that one was an ill-advised pass, and Baker's going to come down with it. And she can fly. They're going to bring it back up and see if they can run their regular rotation. And Williams, who's not really trying to go in that much, but the three in the corner from Dunnigan. And they've tied it at 8, and they've done it from outside. They didn't have the greatest. In fact, Emily in particular did not have a great outside shooting night. It was one of her off nights on Thursday night, and she wants to have a big one today. They tried to get Francis behind the defenders, and that one was just lobbed too high. And so we have timeout with 3:54 remaining. It's tied up at 8. Now, Mark Campbell told us that he did not see a way in the world his team would duplicate the kind of dominant performance of Thursday night against West Florida. Here's why he thinks Valdosta State will bring an even bigger challenge.
Yeah, tonight against Valdosta, it'll be a tough game for us again, and it'll be a big difference is that Valdosta really can shoot it from outside, and they have a quality 5. And so it's going to be a challenge for us again. I just want to be exposed. Let us be aware of all the things we need to be, that we are deficient at, so we can be the best we possibly can be in March, because this is a team that has the opportunity to improve on all those areas. It's not one of those things where we're going to find an area that we can't improve on. I think we can improve on every single thing we find out.
Deandra Shermer is trying to get her team settled back down after Union has picked up those 2 threes from Dillard and Dunnigan, and that's what Union's going to need to have to open up the inside for Jalencia Williams, because they love to double down on a strong post player, which, of course, Jalencia is one of the best in the conference, averaging 15.5 a game. In fact, you look down at Union's top 5, you got Jalencia with that figure I just gave you. Lucas averaging 12, Ashton Baker 11, Emily Dunnigan 10, and Dillard 9. Emily has 42 three-pointers so far on the season, and Dillard 34. Valdosta State can shoot the three a great percentage, but they don't go to that often. They prefer to try to work it in the paint and get more of their baskets on the inside. So you don't have a lot of players that are piling up high three-point totals. Samaria Thompson is in for Union. And Lucas is looking for that right-hand lane, and boy, did they must have looked at that tape against West Florida. And Williams draws the foul. She was relentless trying to get to the basket, and Union is going to try to take its first lead in the game. And the foul was called on Mallory Odell. She's a 6'1" grad transfer from Longwood University. She's from Richmond. And they need a good night at the free throw line for Jalencia. She is on the season averaging 61%. And you figure if you get 1 out of 2 from her, you're feeling good about it. And Union going to the half-court trap, but they got them both that time. And they break the trap quite well. They're adept at it. They've seen that from a lot of teams, including Union. These two teams very familiar with each other. And from the corner, they had a wide-open three that's not there, and it is Dunnigan the rebound. Emily can just pull up from anywhere and somehow fire that three. And even when she's having an off night, they're usually there. They're not way off. It's just perhaps she's not able to get them to drop with the proficiency that she likes. Union down to 8 on the shot clock, and it's the offensive foul charged to Samaria Thompson. That's Union's second turnover. Valdosta State has already given up 4. And checking in for the Blazers, Taylor Searcy. She is from Lincoln, Nebraska, and a freshman. And they're very proud of the minutes that she has been giving them during the season. She goes 5-7, and Union back in that half-court trap. And they're keeping 3 up front. It's designed to try to keep them from getting across the line until they get about 20 seconds on the clock, so they don't have as much time to set up their regular offense. And you can see they're having to hurry it along because they only have 11 on the shot clock. We'll see if it was effective in the long run. They're down to 3. Big 3. Yes! Hain with her first big bomb of the game, and Valdosta State back on top by 1. Here you go. Turnaround is there, and Dillard delivers. And Union, 3 out of 4 from behind the arc. Much, much better than what we saw in the early going, which they were one of their first 9 on Thursday night against West Florida, and yet they just dominated that game. They get behind the defenders, but they dish it off instead, and the 3. We have got a shootout here going. That was a big one for Hain, and so we go back in 2 between the bombs, and Union trailing by 1. Oh, my goodness. Thompson just barely got that one off. And Dunnigan going for the 2, and the iron was unkind. And the pace has really picked up in this game. It was really, really slow in the first 4 minutes of the quarter. Almost a steal for Dunnigan. And again, from the top of the key, it's not there, and it is Lucas the rebound. And she is on a mission. To the corner. Nope, just short for Dillard. Looked like she might have had her third one right there. She certainly had the range. And here you go. Here goes Lucas. She's got it off her foot, though. She might have had a free ticket on that one, but it went off her foot. They didn't call it. Shanique trying to go backwards with it. That was one of those that was an ill-advised shot. She needed to wait until her teammates came forward and get somebody to dish off, and you just are not in a good position to see your shot when you do one like that. And that curl pattern does not work. Shanique has to pick herself up. Valdosta State shooting 46% from the floor. And they got to hurry. I don't think they'll get it off. And that was a case of just weak ball handling, trying to get that final shot. And Bulldogs trail 14-13 as we go to the break between quarters. Union dominated West Florida Thursday night, even though Jalencia Williams sat out most of the second quarter with 2 fouls. Mark Campbell praised the bench play of Kelly Robinson and Samaria Thompson while Williams was on the bench.
There were so many intangible things she did during that 8 minutes, and got dead tired, and but gave an unbelievable effort. So I think I think we're a team that's very balanced in general. I think we miss it when Jay's not in there doing what she does, because she makes it look so simple, and she makes everybody else better just by being in the paint, being somebody that demands too. And so it was good to see, and I don't think there was any fear on the fact of our team that she did get in foul trouble. I just thought they played hard.
This is the first sermon of the day from Mark Campbell. He is intense. He was not happy with the offensive performance in that first half. Look at that. There's a vein right there in the middle of Mark's forehead that it looks like might be about to pop. He loves these players, but I got to tell you, when they are not performing well, he does not hesitate to get in their face. And he made it very plain that that was not a performance. He looked at him at one point and he said, "Is this what you want?" Lady Bulldogs shot only 29% in the first quarter, and they were out-rebounded 10-6. Yet they trail only by 1. And he was particularly unhappy with the way that last possession went. And that was one where great position on the part of Keely Robinson to break that one up. Keely played a very, very strong second quarter when Jalencia was on the bench on Thursday night. And Baker's being chased by 2. Union down to 10 on the shot clock. A long bomb that is off the mark. We saw one from about 30 feet from Samaria Thompson on Thursday night, but that one was just off left. She gets back very quickly to pick up her opponent on defense. All right, they're going to work one-on-one against Keely, and that curl bank is not there. And Mark is telling them to get down the floor. And that one was a very, very careless pass. Union will play it, but that one had to have more authority to get inside to Keely Robinson. Let's see how Mark plays it. They've got 20 to work with on the shot clock. Bailey Augustine into the game now. Tell you what, that young lady has got, as a freshman, so much potential. Thompson feigned the three. And, well, that was one of those that it was a bit of indecision on the part of Augustine, but she almost got it through. Had to go with a very uncomfortable hook. And once again, nobody scored in the first 2 minutes of this second quarter. And almost stolen by Baker. She was all over it. Substitutions checking in for Union. Williams will come back in, Dillard back in, and Robinson and Augustine checking out. I think Mark indicated that for those 2 minutes that they needed a little bit of rest, but also they needed a little bit of discipline. And Jalencia comes out high. They're not going to give them a ticket inside, but the three is there from the corner. And Bulmer, who is a sophomore, she's from up in Tacula, Georgia, and she nailed that one home to give them a 4-point lead. And that shot just went astray for Thompson. I can tell Mark is not, even with his back to me, I can tell he is not happy with the defensive performance. Foul is called on Thompson, and that will be her second. And checking out of the game is Francis. Scoring is evenly distributed between both of these teams, but Union has not scored for the first 2.5 minutes of this second quarter. Work at the inside, and there was nobody home to defend against Farrer. She has 8, and she is the game leader. Lady Bulldogs have not dropped one at home this season. They haven't dropped one, period, in the conference. And there you go with the three. And Dillard had the range, just too much on it. And trying to beat all the defenders, and indeed they did, all the way down. So Long with her first basket, and Mark Campbell is calling the troops over. And I have a feeling this is not going to be love and kindness on the bench. Well, here we are in the first half, and Mark told us before the game a lot of what may dictate this game is how his team plays offensively before halftime.
Hey, I think if we can get go inside early, we're going to be able to see how they guard the post, how they're going to guard ball screens. They're going to guard ball screens a little differently than what most of the teams we play. They're going to get out and hedge them. So how can we do some things offensively that'll make that hedging something they struggle with? But when it comes down to it, will we defend the three-point line? And if we do a great job in transition defending the three-point line, I think that we can be really effective defensively. Offensively, I just think it's a matter of us just continuing to do what we do. Last night we had 7 turnovers, or against West Florida had 7 turnovers. Those turnovers are going lower and lower as the season goes on. Our guards are getting better at making decisions.
Well, Deandra Shermer's Blazers seem to be very loose before this game, and they're doing what they're supposed to do. 50% from the floor, 60% in three-pointers. Perfect from the free throw line. They've out-rebounded Union 14-8, and they got 7 assists in the game. And they're just, right now, even though it's just an 8-point lead, they're dominating the key categories in this contest. The only thing that they haven't done well is they've made 5 turnovers, and Union has not been able to capitalize off of those because they've gotten 5, but most coaches will tell you that you want to get at least about 1.5 off of all the mistakes. Union has made more of it, and they tried to get that in, and that is great defense again by Farrer. They tried to get that with a lob play, and the steal on the opposite end for Dunnigan, her second steal of the game. And Union badly needs one here because they have gone more than 3.5 minutes without a basket in this quarter. They haven't even dented the scoreboard in the second quarter. So uncharacteristic. Tried to get it inside and finally did. Just a step on her defender, and Jalencia comes up with her 6th point of the game. And that's Union's first basket of quarter number 2. Oh, wide open. Nobody home to pick up the defender, and you can see again how loose they are. Cersei was just absolute. She could have camped out with a Coleman stove. 23-15. Now look over in the corner because they're trying to get Beard. That's again one of those dangerous cross-court passes. And Union having to use all the time in the possession. Lucas well short. And again, that was about probably 3 to 5 feet beyond her usual range. Chance of defense finally coming up from the Lady Bulldog bench. Baker was trying to defend underneath, but there was just no stopping them. And again, another terrific inside basket. And Union has just lost its defense there in the paint. And they really come up and double team Lucas. All right, Williams. She got position but couldn't get it high enough. Union will play it again with 20 on the clock, and they're going to get Dillard back into the game as well as Shiley Morrison. Mark is trying to get as much of a combination as he can of players that he feels like maybe can finally connect because they just simply aren't today. This looks almost like if not a mirror image, it seems like a complete flip-flop from the kind of game, especially here in the second quarter, that we saw on Thursday night against West Florida. Almost stolen. And Union just totally disorganized in ball handling. And I'd love to be more optimistic and positive to you folks, but, you know, that's the way the story is this afternoon. And they work against Williams, and she commits her first foul. That's the first time that they've been able to actually drive it into inside and force a foul, and that is going to send Bernard to the line. I said Bernard, her number was covered up. That's fairer. And she has 9, and she is the dominant player in this game. And for a young lady who averages 14 a game, she appears to be. That one's gone, and they give up. That's the afternoon that it's been, particularly in the second quarter. Union giving up an offensive board and a perfect 3 from the corner for Bernard, and she has 6. It is a 14-point lead for Valdosta State, and it was only 14-13 at the end of the first quarter. It has been all Blazers. Underneath, and forcing that one home is Williams. Union needed, as they say, something, anything. And we'll see if that finally drives something. And timeout is called, and so we'll take one. Lady Blazers all over the Lady Bulldogs, 29-17. Here we are in the first half, and a lot of you may hear coaches talk about certain terms, but you aren't sure what they mean. We asked Mark Campbell to explain what a ball screen is.
We think about basketball, I think overall is that offensive basketball, great offensive basketball is done in space. And there's 3 different ways that you can pull help in basketball. In other words, your abilities make people bring another defender that sends defense into rotation. And so ball screens are the only thing that does all 3 things. It sets a screen that allows the ball to be penetrated into the lane. It allows for a roll for the post player to score on a cut. And so penetration is one that pulls help. The cut pulls help. And then we can end that ball screen with a rise and being able to feed the post. And feeding the post is the last way that pulls help. And so it's one action that does all three of those things effectively.
This Valdosta State team, they put a whooping, as they would say in South Georgia, on Christian Brothers, 101-62 on Thursday night. And they're looking like they want to make this trip over to West Tennessee doubly good. And they're up 14 on Union, the number 9 team in the country. And there goes Dillard, and hers is short. Union 3 out of 8. Not terribly bad at 38% from outside, but it's the inside shooting that is so bad. Union 6 of 22 for the day, 27% overall. Just have not been able to get anything in the paint, and they have absolutely gone to sleep on defense, and they have found an opening in there, and Hain connected for that one. 33-17. That is 12 points that they have come up with on plays just like that. And that is the afternoon it has been. That ball was supposed to go to Dillard. She was looking away. Thompson passed it, and for Union, that is turnover number 6. This is one of those afternoons that you may look at and say, at least in this second quarter, Mother told me there'd be days like this. And a big three off the back of the iron, and Lucas, who hasn't scored yet, and she gets the left-hand layup. Robinson with her first basket, and that's one of the few we've seen in transition today. So Union at least cut some of the bleeding right here, 33-19. Almost a steal, almost a jump ball. The turnaround is not there, and Williams could not control it. And Mark is screaming defensive instructions because he fears they're going to come up and get one of those backdoor plays again, beating the defenders. And that one was Williams all the way, giving all kinds of problems on the inside. And so Union will play it. And you can see the state of the Union fans right now. They have pretty much been silenced this afternoon. And Mark absolutely knew when this Valdosta State team came in that this was going to be a war today. And it has been, except it hasn't been that much of a battle. And Lucas, that is her second air ball on a three-point opportunity. Shanique, so far in the game, is 0 of 6. And they're working in the perimeter again. Baker almost picked that one up, and they quickly got it. Lucas is probably going to be charged for a foul trying to snatch that one away. That is only the third team foul, but get this, Valdosta State has only committed one foul in the entire first half. Union badly needs a stop and an opportunity to try to get another basket, but they didn't stop them at all. Francis with her first basket. Robinson working the inside, almost lost it. This defense is just, they are carving up. They would be surgeons out there today. Yeah, there's a little bit of a miscommunication there. It is Union ball. So Thompson will toss it in. But this has arguably been the worst quarter of play at home this season for the Lady Bulldogs. Thompson trying to set up the play. They have to shoot when there's about 8 seconds on the game clock, and the foul. That is the first personal foul of the entire game on Valdosta State. Let me correct that. That is the second, because I told you just a minute ago they'd only committed one in the entire half. Dillard will check in. Robinson will come out. And let's see how Mark plays it. Shot clock is turned off. Union badly needs one to go to the locker room. 5 seconds to go. Baker has no room. Long three. There. Just as the horn goes off, and that was with every bit of energy that Bethany Dillard had to cut the lead to 13 at 35-22, but that was an all Valdosta State quarter as they absolutely dominated the action. And I'll run down the scoring for you very briefly, and it is balanced across the board for the Blazers. You got Kwajalein Farrer. Sometimes there was a lady named Farrer in Columbus, Georgia, where I used to be, and then there have been a couple of entertainers named Farrar. So, but it's Farrer. And Kwajalein has 9. Then Nicole Hain with 9, and she had a big three-pointer early in the game. And then 6 points for Bernard. So between those three, they have 24 of the 35 points for Valdosta State in this dominant second quarter that they've had. For Union, Bethany Dillard with that three-pointer just at the end of the half. She has 9. All of hers are from behind the arc. She's 3 of 5 in the game. And then Jalencia Williams with 8, but she has had a rough afternoon going against Farrar. She has had just a tough afternoon getting a step on the inside, and her teammates have had a difficult time getting the ball inside to her. Shanique Lucas has been held scoreless. She's 0 for 6 from the floor, and you know that is so inconsequential for Shanique. Ashton Baker has only been able to take one shot. She has been held scoreless, and when those two guards, Lucas and Baker, you hold them down to 0, I got news for you. You have made a major, major dent in Union's ability to be able to contend. And the Lady Bulldogs have just struggled all the way across the board. They've been out-rebounded 19-11. We'll get more into all of the statistics when we come back from our halftime feature. Well, Coach Dave Niven is always at halftime of the women's game eager to tell us what he thinks is going to be the strategy for the men's game in that half of the doubleheader. And so we are going to go to him with the Bulldog preview as he talks about this afternoon's matchup with Valdosta State and also some of the things that he felt like just did not go right against West Florida this past Thursday night.
Well, it's halftime, and, of course, this is the Bulldog preview with Coach Dave Niven. And this past Thursday night was a rough one. It was one of those that had 11 lead changes, and rather 11 ties and 12 lead changes. And in the end, it went the way of West Florida 68-62. But we'll talk about that as well as this afternoon's second half of the doubleheader against Valdosta State. Dave, it was one of those, I think if you're a fan looking at the game, it's one of those grueling, workmanlike games that you had Thursday night against this West Florida team that was gritty down to the end. Tell us a little bit, first off, your takeaway from that game as far as your performance and what they did.
I didn't think either team played particularly well. It was kind of ugly basketball. A lot of mistakes from both teams. I thought we did not come out with a lot of energy in this game, and I thought it showed in how we played, how we finished plays. Clearly, we shot the ball poorly, but they made plays down the stretch. Their best player got loose and hit a couple big threes back to back to give them a little bit of a cushion, and we couldn't quite overcome that. But if you look at our numbers, you look at our stats, our percentages over the last few weeks, I don't think we've been playing particularly well on either side of the ball. super consistently. And I've got to do a better job of getting us in a position where there should never be a question of motivation, energy, enthusiasm, any of those things that lead to playing winning basketball. And I thought we were lacking a lot of that last night.
It was a rough night when it came to 3-point shooting. You have those nights where they just don't drop, and last night was one of them, or Thursday night. Just looking back on that, when you have nights like that where you're not being able to hit from the outside, how much with all the game plan, everything else, how much is it that a frustration level sets in at some point in time? Or is the philosophy, all right, keep trying to shoot the threes if you're open, because eventually they're going to drop?
Well, if we get open looks, I'm not ever going to tell them to turn those down. If that's the majority of our team. I feel like just about everybody who plays for us is capable of making open threes at a pretty high rate. I thought last night it was a combination of poor shot selection. We had some stretches where we took bad threes, threes that we don't want to take, and combine that with just the overall lack of energy. I think the energy, the enthusiasm from your bench, from your teammates, just the vibe that you get from playing in that kind of atmosphere where man, we are all focused, we are all dialed in. I think the ball goes in a lot easier in that kind of environment, and we've played like that at points this season. I feel like it's been a few weeks since we've had that, since we've had that kind of energy in a game, and I think it absolutely affects our shooting. But ultimately, we can control those things. We can control our shot selection, and we can control the kind of juice that we bring night in and night out. And that's my job as a coach, to make sure we do a much better job with that.
Let's talk now about Valdosta State. And they've been a team through the years. It doesn't matter. In fact, I go back with them to when I went there 50 years ago. It was a guy named Bob Donahoe and Willie Oxford that were dominating the conference they were in at the time. But this is a team that historically, it doesn't matter whether they're in their place or whether they're coming to visit you, they're going to bring it. They always have that kind of talent and ability, regardless of what the record is. What do you know about them thus far as what their strengths are?
Very, very talented, particularly on the offensive side of things. They play with great pace, great tempo. They lead our league in points per game. They play very, very fast. And transition defense will be really important for us. They've got a bunch of guys that can get going, and they got a lot of guys that shoot threes. We've got to limit their open looks and really be able to rebound well. Hopefully we can contest that first look and then finish with a rebound. But their pace of play is I think it's going to be a very different game than what we see most nights. I think it's going to be a very fast game, up and down. We'd like to run. They like to run. So I expect there to be a lot of points scored tomorrow.
Let's talk about what you just said a moment ago, transition defense. For the fan who is trying to grasp more about the games that goes along, what's different about transition defense as opposed to the way you play when a team is running its regular pattern offense?
Well, transition is you don't always get a chance to get matched up with your man, and that's okay. Teams are playing fast. You're going from offense where you just took a shot, and on the shot we have jobs. Everybody's got a job to do. We'll typically have three guys whose job is to go crash and try to get an offensive board, and then we'll have two guys that have a designated job. One is a fullback, one's a halfback. The fullback's job is to get back and protect the rim. The halfback his job is to try to slow that ball down as best he can. Once our opponent gets a defensive rebound, we are all in transition, and our job is to sprint back and load to the basketball. And you may end up on your man. You may end up guarding someone else's man. That's okay. We feel like it is not the matchup that gets you beat. It's the open shot that gets you beat. So don't worry about your matchup. Don't worry about where your guy is. We all have a job to do, and communication is really, really important. When we're doing it well, you should see 5 guys with their arms out pointing and 5 guys with their mouths open talking, point and talk in transition to make sure we're getting matched up with somebody. We'll get right whenever we get a chance. And the term "get right" for us just means, hey, we'll switch and get the matchup we want when we have the opportunity to. But to start the possession, we've got to get everybody covered.
I've never heard that kind of football analogy used before about the halfback and the fullback, but it makes perfect sense. All right, let's take a look at keys to the game today, because you've alluded to some of them, but particularly from your end of things, what are the most important things against a Valdosta State?
I think, starting on the defensive side, transition defense, like we talked about, our ability to stay in front, contest shots, finish with a rebound. This is a team that they will take quick shots. They will take some tough shots. You do not want to let them get going and see that ball going in early, because they have a number of guys that can score it. And so our ability to be really sound and solid defensively is, I think, the most important part of things. Then on the offensive side, making sure we don't turn the ball over, and we don't have shot turnovers. And a shot turnover is just essentially a bad shot that leads to transition, leads to a fast break by your opponent. It's a quick guarded shot. It's a guarded 3 with a lot of time left in the possession, where we haven't done any of the things that we want to do. The things that we want to do, we want to get the ball inside. We want to get a post up. We want to drive and get our feet in the paint with the ball. We want to get to the free throw line. All of those things are things that if we can do on any possession, we feel like it's a good possession. But we experienced some shot turnovers last night where we took quick shots where none of those things happened, and that hurt our team.
Dave, we'll be talking to you during the course of the game today, but wish you a lot of good luck and hope the ledger turns around to a victory against Valdosta State. And we'll see you down on the floor in probably about 45 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Steve.
And your halftime report is brought to you by Worthy Road Studios, for the finest in sports, event, and church service production. All live. Worthy Road Studios is your number one source in West Tennessee. Let's look at the halftime breakdown between the two teams. Look at this. Valdosta State, 56% from the floor, and that's way above its 44% average for the season. Union only 31%, 8 out of 26, well below its 48%. 3-point field goals, Union 4 out of 10 for 40%, but Valdosta State, which is an okay 3-point shooting team, but they're 4 out of 7 for 57%. And Union's got to do a better job of defending the 3 in the second half. Union 100% from the free throw line, but they've only been there twice. Valdosta State 3 out of 4 in the entire game. There have only been 7 personal fouls called. That shows you how it's been a really clean game. But here's the deal. Valdosta State dominating the rebounds 19-11 in this game. Union has just not been able to crash the boards at all. Turnovers, pretty well even. Not a lot in the game. Valdosta State 6, Union 5. And actually, Union has picked up more points off turnovers than have the Lady Blazers. But it has been a dominant second quarter. And this is where, as we've said so many times, the third quarter has got to be moving day for the Lady Bulldogs if they hope to have any opportunity to get back into this one. And we're about a minute away from the start of the third quarter. Glad to have all of you aboard here on E+ TV6, eplusTV6.com, or if you're watching on the Union Digital Sports Network at uuathletics.com. We're glad to have all of you aboard today, and I am looking forward to see how strategy may change in the second half of the Lady Bulldogs, or if Deandra Shermer's team from Valdosta is just going to continue to play lights out as they did in the first half. And so everybody grab it. It's still cold enough outside, not like it was the last 2 days, but grab yourself a little bit of hot tea or whatever it is that will warm you up, and let's enjoy this second half together. And I'll remind everybody that the next telecast, the next time we're going to be with you, we're going to be away. The team's going to be on the road for its next 5 outings. And then let me double check that. No, I'm wrong about that. They're out of town next weekend for 2, and then we'll be back with you on a rare Wednesday night, February 2nd. We'll be here on Wednesday night, February 2nd. So I hope you'll join us then. That'll be when West Georgia comes to town. Baker comes off with the rebound, and Union needs the early strike. Boy, and they sent, my goodness, they sent Bernard up there to challenge Ashton Baker. Ashton at 5'6" was going against a 5'11" player. Ashton for the 3. Yes! That's a big start in the second half, but they got to have several more of that and multiple stops. That's the first basket for the Flash this afternoon. And again, they made that one was just an ill-advised pass. She had her back to the basket and still almost came up with it. All right, Jalencia triple teamed. And it is Dillard. And it just went away. She fell back just as she shot that. And I think that really distracted her concentration. Union would have had a big opportunity to cut the lead to 7. Nice block underneath. And Lucas comes down with it. Second block of the game for Jalencia Williams. And they go to her. She's got a step on the inside. A head fake and nailed it home. And Union with the first 5 in the third quarter. We'll see if Mark Campbell's sermonette has energized more than just this. Turnaround jumper is there. That young lady has been almost unstoppable this afternoon. And Farrer in double figures with 11. She has been the challenge every bit. And Union will play it. She has been the challenge every bit for Jalencia Williams this afternoon. And you saw Mark going over to have a mild conversation with the official. And I'm sure he told him what a wonderful job he was doing here today. All right, they're going to Jalencia again. Going for that 3. Short again. That was a little bit out of Bethany's range. So Union again has struggled from three-point land, 38% this afternoon. High curl hook is not there, and here goes the Flash. What a ball handler she is. And Jalencia is going to try to set a screen for her. Now she pulls back behind, up. Turnover number 6 for the Lady Bulldogs. And Mark, I can see him down below just shaking his head about how many mental mistakes his team has made this afternoon. And the number of opportunities they've had to close this one down to 6. That was what you call a hurry on the part of Williams that caused that miss. Baker slows it down. Already 3.5 minutes gone in this third quarter. Union has cut it to 10, and it was down at 1 point to 8. Now they are under 10 on the shot clock, and they're going to have to hurry to try to make something happen. And Baker takes it high up off the glass, and it will not fall. Look at how fast she comes back on defense. I hadn't seen that young lady sprint in practice, but she is super fast. And there you go, the give and go, and she beat Baker right down the line. That does not happen too often, and Francis with 4, and they're back to the 12-point lead. So that's what you talk about, expending a lot of emotional energy. You cut the lead to 8. There you go. She's got a step. Jalencia with 12. But again, they have to have stops because you match cards with Valdosta State and you know what's going to happen. This Lady Blazer team is just so well coached in every facet of the game. That was kicked off of Baker's foot. So disciplined, and they have so many fundamentals that they do well. Protecting the basketball, only 7 turnovers, only 2 fouls in the entire game. Deandra just does a terrific job of having this team well schooled for tough opponents. And again, they work the perimeter and now the baseline. And the jumper. Line drive was short. That one needed a little bit more arc. So let's see how Ashton tries to play it back down the floor. And that one was just not high enough. They have been challenged all day with the lob pass. And what a save by Lucas to block it. That looked like an easy, what they used to call snowbird layup. And Lucas managed to get the block. But we're more than halfway through this third quarter. High arcing 3 is there, and Dunnigan gets her second 3 of the game. It is down to 7. But Union needs to continue to get stops. And there's another one. Another steal created by by Lucas. And Shanique is going to direct it. 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter. We haven't even had a stop of the action in this quarter. They got to hurry. 5 on the shot clock. There they go with Williams. She's got to get it up and couldn't, but draws the foul right before the 30-second clock went off. And Mark imploring his team to continue to play strong defense. We are going to take time out. And 3:39 left. Valdosta State up 39-32. Now let's follow up on what Mark talked about earlier about ball screens and what they do for a team when they're on offense. He tells you about how a screen benefits a player such as Jalencia Williams.
And so for us, again, if you're guarding Jay, you're going to be physical early in the possession. The ball screen prevents that physicality and allows her to establish her position where she wants to if she sets an effective ball screen. So we didn't set ball screens in our program until 2012. So they've been doing the NBA for a really long time.
Mark still intense in the huddle. But this Lady Bulldog team has played a little more alive in this third quarter. They've increased the three-point percentage to 43, which is just below the season average. But again, shooting from the floor on average at 36%. That's well below the 48% on the season. And they've done a better job defending the paint. But they have to capitalize on these things as if it is the equivalent of what Dave Niven calls a shot turnover. When you take a bad shot or you have one where you take the shot and there is no defender, there's no rebounder underneath. So what you got now is Jalencia Williams on the line and an opportunity for a three-point play to cut this back to a 2-possession game. She's the game leader with 12. And off the mark. They badly needed that one. They need them all, but they badly needed that one because what a lift it would be if you had suddenly taken that 13-point lead down to 5. Perfect motion on that one, so it is down to 6. But again, they've got to continue in the third quarter climbing the ladder. Union had a hard time guarding that play in the first half. At least 6 times, Valdosta State got a step in the paint, and at least 3 times, nobody was there to guard. And it's going to be a drive on the left-hand side, and what a curl layup that was. I'm going to tell you, Francis, she's anything but the tallest player on the floor, but boy, is she fast. Williams underneath, working one-on-one. Tried her spin move. It didn't work. Baker, yes! Ashton, her second three-pointer. It's down to 5, so the Lady Bulldogs continue to chip away. Crowd beginning to get into it. And do they call traveling or a foul? No, it is going to be charged to Dillard. And you see how the Lady Bulldog fans feel about that one, including Mark Campbell. And that's going to send Cersei to the line. She is not among their leading scorers. Now, Valdosta State is a 67% free throw shooting team, so that's not among the top in the conference. Missed them both. A big one, and Baker the rebound. That's 5 boards for Ashton. She actually leads Union in that category. Your point guard doesn't usually do that. That one goes off the foot of Bernard. And checking in, Lily Long for Valdosta State. Union a chance to close it to within 3. This is your typical inbounds play for Union. Baker almost with a palming violation. They're doubling up, and she overshoots it, but she gets it back, and the foul. And I can tell you, Jalencia is frustrated with herself that one did not go. Foul charge to Odell, and that is her second. They've still only committed 4 personal fouls in the entire game. Oh, my goodness. Jalencia only a 61% free throw shooter, and this is the time you need at least 1 out of 2, if not both. Got it. 4-point margin now, 41-37. Union has dominated the third quarter. And a little ball handling indecision, and the jumper is not going to get the Plinko jump. They're going to work one-on-one against Williams. The turnaround is not there. Out of bounds, and they're going to give. Oh, I knew you were going to hear the natives wrestle with that one. Oh, my goodness. They're going to have a small discussion about it. They're going to rate the effectiveness of that about like having dental floss at a Willie Nelson concert. Working on Williams again and traveling. And that was all defense on the part of Jalencia Williams. And with 1:49 to go, they have absolutely gotten the fan base back into this one today on both sides. Not a lot of students here, but there are a number of the Lady Bulldogs boosters and faithful in the crowd, trying to cut it to 2. Jalencia working one-on-one. Baker, no. Ashton just simply had no range on that one whatsoever. And that one hurts because that's what you call a shot turnover, where you put one up like that, and if they come down and get a basket, it is the equivalent of a turnover. Down to 16 on the shot clock. Now watch them go the lane. And again, their shooting percentage has really cooled off. Here's a scrum. And the alternate possession will go back to Union. And, boy, bodies are sprawled everywhere, and let's hope they're all okay. Jalencia, I think, caught one in the back. Very slow to get up, and they've got the trainer to come out and take a look. Shanique Lucas getting ready to check back in. I think Jalencia is okay. I think she just simply, and she says, no, I'm not coming out. So Keely Robinson was down there, and you're not going to get Jalencia Williams out of there like this. There was no way she was coming out of this game. Well, I guess because of the injury, they have, or at least to check out the injury, she has to come out until the next exchange that goes out of bounds. But she did not want to come out of the game. So Keely Robinson comes in at the post. And again, another opportunity to cut this one down to 2. Crucial point. Lucas just did save that one. Now watch Baker. She may have to pull up and shoot it herself. They got to hurry. And that was just total disorganization. Nobody was moving toward the basketball, and Union coughs it up for the 8th time in the game. Boy, Thompson playing intense defense against Francis. Going for the 3. No, way right. Baker has it. They're going to have one opportunity. And here they go. They've got to be aware of the clock. Thompson's going to take it all the way home. Yes! We have a 2-point game. Union was down 13. And here they go, roaring back 41-39. That was a totally different team that we saw on both sides of the ball in the third quarter. Well, occasionally you'll hear me say that a player has been called for a moving screen, and that does result in a personal foul. Mark Campbell gives you a coach's dictionary definition of a moving screen.
A moving screen means that you were moving at the point of contact on the screen. And so that usually happens because the person receiving the screen doesn't wait on the screen. So when the person receiving the screen doesn't wait and they're moving, the defender's moving, which causes the screener to actually move. Another illegal screen would be them actually getting outside of their shoulder width. And so somebody sets a screen and their legs are outside of their shoulder width, it's illegal. And basically we'll call it moving screen or a block on that. And so screen, you have to give space and you have to wait on the screen so that the person screening is screening a stationary target instead of a moving target.
Valdosta State was on top 35-22 at halftime. The Lady Bulldogs outscored them 17-6 in the third quarter. We have a game. And alternate possession will go to the Lady Blazers. And the first 4 minutes of this fourth quarter are key as to who is going to control the momentum of this game. The Lady Bulldogs still have not been able to come back and take the lead, and that's a crucial factor right now, and that's a big emotional factor in this game. Underneath. Excellent arm extension with the left hand to get that layup. And Farrer has 13. And you can hear Mark down below barking instructions. It's Williams. She's going to try to work one-on-one with her spin move, double spin move, and the basket. When she gets that position, and I've seen few post players as athletic as she is in Division II ball, she is very hard to stop unless she just tries to kill the ball off the glass. Union double teaming the basketball at all ends of the court. The jumper is there. Nicely handled, soft jumper, and Hain now with 11. That young lady has had double figures today. They're so spaced out in different points of the game that you don't realize that she has been contributing in every quarter. Now, let's see how they play it against this intense man-to-man defense. Not high enough. Shanique has just had a terrible afternoon. That's her 7th miss today. She has not scored. Credit Valdosta State's defense. They have really borne down on her, and that one was one that got away. Francis had a clear ticket to it and didn't bank it off. So Union, another chance to close it to within 2. Thompson takes it to the lane. And it does not drop, but she draws the foul. That young lady is instinctive when she senses defenders are going to come down on her. And checking into the game now is Bethany Dillard. Dunnigan's going to come out for a rest. Samaria in the game with a single basket and gets it. She has a very smooth free throw shooting style, and this is where you like to be able to collect it back while the clock is stopped, particularly if you're trying to come from behind. Got them both. 45-43. I still say this game is going to end up somewhere around the low 60s, possibly the upper 50s. And a defensive game like this, that was what you would absolutely expect. Underneath, tipped away by Dillard. Now they're under 10. Give and go, and it didn't go up high enough. Lady Bulldogs a chance to tie it. And remember, they've been down by as many as 14 in this game. Again, Williams playing out way high. 3. No. That one was just not well advised because nobody was there in an attempt to rebound. It was a fair look at the basket. So Union lost an opportunity to square this one up. And there you go. See, that's what you call, that's a 5-point turnaround, actually a 6-point because it was a 3-point shot at the other end. Francis now with 9 and Union 2 possessions down. And this is where you've got to be gritty enough to try to answer the call at this stage of the game because you start going down 3 possessions. Late in the game, it's very hard, and that one was a steal. Thompson just simply went into traffic, and those quick hands pushed it away. And the kick actually saved what was probably going to be an easy layup. Dunnigan back in, Thompson comes out. Union has actually only made 8 turnovers in this game. On the season, they are averaging 13. And there you go, the hook, and it just curls right in, and Francis is in double figures with 11. Well, the 45-43 nail-biter has now moved back to a 3-possession lead for the Blazers. Open, it's Dunnigan. Yes! Emily with 9. They have closed it again to within 4. Chance of defense coming from the Lady Bulldog bench, imploring their teammates to get yet another stop. Trying to drive the lane, and it's stolen. It's going to be a scramble, and the jump ball will send it back to Union. And I think Mark was screaming possibly for a foul, but he didn't get it. So Union in position to change it back to a 2-point lead once again after falling down 7. But every possession is so critical. Dangerous pass. Now they've got trying to get position to the inside. It is Lucas. Yes! Shanique Lucas had not scored all day. She's 1 out of 8, but what a biggie that one was. 50-49. Knocked away. Union a chance to lead off the turnover. It's Baker. Another 3. No, that's off the mark. You knew it the minute it left her hand. Again, that was a shot that was a little too quick. Mark Campbell encouraging his team. Probably a little bit too quick rather than trying to navigate one that would go into, I don't know what that is. And here they go again, this Valdosta State team, and I think it's going to be a kick. So it'll take it in on the side, 50-49 again, and we have timeout. What an afternoon we have had. Well, Thursday night, West Florida's Zoe Pillar picked up a 3rd foul while she was guarding Jalencia Williams. And I asked Mark if that kind of situation would lead him to feed the ball more to Jalencia in the hopes of getting a 4th or possibly 5th foul on a defender.
And again, if it's somebody guarding Jay, we're going to go back at Jay right away and make him guard because it usually makes you a little bit more tentative as a defender. There's some things we can do with somebody who's a guard. Obviously, if you get 3 fouls and it's the 3rd quarter, you're going to be a little tentative as a defender. So it wouldn't be necessarily we going at them to pick up the 4th foul, which might happen. But we want to go at them because they're a little bit less physical and and a lot more careful. And they would be more likely to give up an easy basket than they would to pick up their 4th foul.
Let me give you a couple of factors here that are crucial down the stretch. Each team has 3 timeouts remaining. This one was a media timeout. Also, only 1 foul has been committed here in the 4th quarter, and that was by Valdosta State. But you have to have 5 to get in the bonus. So that may not even register as a factor as we get close to the final minute of this game. Those are 2 categories that you usually look at late. And Mark is still having an intense conversation with the official because he thought there should have been a foul called on that scrum. Almost a steal again by Williams. The officials have really let him play this afternoon. Open for the 3. No, it's too strong. And Lucas is going to let it go. Nice job of trying to save it by Hain. She did not let it go, and that's exactly what Deandra teaches this team to do. Do not let go of any loose balls, and we're under 4 minutes. Lady Bulldogs with the 2nd opportunity to take the lead. Williams almost had position. Let's see what she does. Turns, spins, fires, gets it. Union leads. But the strategy has to be the same if you're Union. You have got to get stops. It's been an incredible comeback in Baker, the steal. That is her 4th steal of the afternoon. All right, the flash sets up the play. Union spreads them out. 15 seconds to go on the shot clock. Baker takes it inside. No, not there. Just could not roll it up high enough. This place would have erupted if she had nailed that one. Valdosta State, their strategy is just to stay calm and a hook. It goes. Gets the perfect angle on that one. Got the drop perfectly, and Farrer with 15. She's VSU's leader. And again, we're going seesaw now. Going inside again to Jalencia. Let's see how she plays it. Working one-on-one. Could not get the bank. Union will play it. I've got a prediction made by my colleague from NBC 39, Alexander Bitterling. I won't tell you what it is until after the game. I'll give him full credit if he's correct. And again, at the top of the key, Williams with 8 on the clock. Here they go. Lucas. Yes! 2 minutes remaining. Lady Bulldogs by 1. And they are standing. And some of these folks haven't stood for 20 years. Hook. And again, such a hard shot to defend, but an excellent hook shot on the part of Farrer with 17. We've had 5 lead changes in this fourth quarter. It could come down to which team has the ball last. And we've seen this on this floor, including in a South Regional final, where indeed it did come down to the final second and the foul. That's not going to send them to the line. The foul is charged to Hain. That's only her first. That is only the 6th foul. We're going to keep it right here. That is only the 6th foul that Valdosta State has committed in the entire game. Now, what you're going to be looking at is a new 20-second clock for Union whenever time resumes. Lady Bulldogs have come off of that horrendous early three-point shooting to go 9 for 20 for 45%. And a lot of that has brought them back into this game. Only Jalencia Williams is in double figures with 18, but Dillard and Beard each have 9. And it has been a community effort to get them back this far. For Valdosta State, they're 3 in double figures. Farrer with 17, Francis with 11, and Hain with 11. Valdosta State shooting 49% from the floor. And I told you, they don't put up as many threes as other teams do, but they're 5 out of 10 today for 50%, well above their average. And they continue to out-rebound Union 29-24. This may just come down to grit. And sometimes the bounce of the ball that you thought is going to be right there, and it may or may not be. And we could be going down with 79 seconds left to the final possession of this game. For Union, it's the 5 starters in the game. Valdosta will come out. Nobody is in foul trouble. That's not even a factor. Union there's only been 12 fouls called in this entire game. How about that? And you can see Ashton Baker making sure how she's communicating with her teammates. All right, she's going to feed it off, and Lucas draws the foul. That will put her on the free throw line. And Shanique on the season is an 84% free throw shooter. The only one better on the team is Bethany Dillard, 94%. She's only missed 1 free throw all year. We're going to watch this one right along with you. This one to tie. And she does. Why don't we do the same thing? Let's watch it together. Union leads again, our 6th lead change of the fourth quarter. Again, each team is trading 1-point leads. Union with the half-court trap. Somewhat risky. But they slowed down their ability to get the offense set. And the foul on Lucas, that will not be a shooting foul. That is only the first foul Union has committed in this quarter. And Union has a lot to play with in that regard because that means you've got fouls to waste. What you don't want to do is suddenly commit a foul in the act of shooting and that ball drops through. Cowboy Curling coming out to clean up the floor again. Another 20 on the shot clock for the Lady Blazers. On the inside, almost stolen. The jumper. You knew it was going to be there. Farrer is not going to be stopped on that one when she didn't have a hand in her face. Lady Blazers on top by 1. Baker brings it over. Timeout called with 41.7 seconds remaining. We're going to keep it right here. What an afternoon it has been. At halftime, Union looked like a dead team, down by 13. It was a team that Mark Campbell was shaking his head. He was extraordinarily frustrated. There had been a couple of sermonettes, and they just seemed like they were totally listless on the floor. And Valdosta State loose and dominating every phase of the game. And then the third quarter, the wake-up call came. The alarm clock went off, and Union closed it down, outscoring Valdosta State 17-6 in the third quarter. It has been a seesaw game here in the fourth with 7 different lead changes. And here we go. 25 on the shot clock. Every possession has to count. They're spreading them out. Double teaming on the inside against Williams, and Baker backs up. Here goes the flash. She's going to take it down. Yes! The flash has given them the lead again at 57-56. Ashton with 8. 22 seconds remaining, and you can see the leadership of that graduate transfer from Liberty. And she's absolutely demanding her teammates now to play defense at the opposite end. And here's what happens. You get down here, and it's under 2 minutes to go. They're going to bring the ball in at their end of the floor. So it could come down to just this final possession. Shot clock is off. And if you are Valdosta State, you probably want the ball either in Farrer or Francis's hands because they have been the two that have been the most reliable in the clutch today. Hain would be another good choice. But those are the 3 that you definitely want to be seeing have the basketball. Now, here's a good key to think about. Mark Campbell has 3 fouls to waste. They could bring the ball in and try to scoot off about 6 or 7 seconds, and Lady Bulldogs could commit a foul and force them to have to bring it in again. But if you wanted high drama, here it is. All right, back on the floor. And this is big. As Barney Fife would tell Andy, it's big. All right, here we go. It's Francis. Defense chance all over the floor. Baker almost lost it. Francis scrambles too high. Farrer is fouled with 7.8 seconds remaining. They could not block out enough to come down with the rebound, and now it is up to Farrer. On the season, she is only a 52% free throw shooter. She's 1 out of 2 today. Off to the left. The best they could do is tie unless they missed and got an offensive rebound. We'll watch it with you. No! They scramble for it. Union's got it with 6 seconds remaining. And the Lady Bulldogs will bring it back down to their end of the floor. Oh, my goodness. Farrer, again, if you wanted to have the right player on the free throw line, if you're Union, she was it. And typically, it's one of the problems that post players have. Not just her, but many. Jalencia Williams struggles from the free throw line. But in that situation, they needed at least one of two. 57-56. Now, Mark Campbell has no timeouts remaining. Valdosta State has 2. And they're going to go check the replay on this, and that's what they're doing right now. They're going to check the replay to be absolutely certain. They want to be absolutely certain as to whose possession this is. So everybody hold on to your hats, or if you don't have a hat, hold on to your toupee. And I think it's going to stay Union ball. And the officials have made their decision. It will remain Union ball, and the Lady Bulldogs will have it at their end of the floor. And the problem is, if they commit a foul, it's not going to put Union on the line. The key thing is to avoid a bad pass at this point if you're Union. Somebody's got to come to the ball, and they do, and it's Dillard. She's fouled, but that took off about 1.1 seconds. That's the 4th team foul. If they foul here, which they almost certainly will unless they get a turnover, Union goes to the line. And it will be a 2-shot opportunity. And so Dillard will go to the line, and they're going to put on the line the highest percentage free throw shooter that Union has, 16 of 17 on the season for 94%. Let's watch it with you. Yes. This one would force Valdosta State to hit a 3. Yes. She is cash in the bank. So Valdosta State will have to get one from behind the arc. Now, Union has the option to commit a foul. VSU has only 1 timeout remaining. Union has 2 fouls to waste, and so they could immediately commit a foul and force them to have to bring the ball in again. But it will be down at Valdosta's end of the floor. When they changed the format of women's college basketball to having quarters, this was one of the other rule changes, that in the final 2 minutes, the ball goes down at the opposite end of the floor on a timeout. So it's now up to the Lady Bulldogs defenders, and they've got Keely Robinson in on defense. And Williams is out. I can't say enough about the way Ashton Baker has played both offensively and defensively in this second half. She has been incredible. All right, 3-point lead. Here go the Blazers. They must have a 3. And the big bomb is short. It was a desperation. 1.1 seconds remain, and the Lady Bulldogs are going to, barring a major mistake, they are going to have a 1.5 game lead, and that's it. And listen to the fans. John Wayne won an Oscar for a movie called True Grit. This is your sequel today. This one is the equivalent of a South Regional or possibly even national championship tournament. What an afternoon. Lady Bulldogs at halftime looked as though they were dead. And they managed to come from behind and win it 59-56 over an incredible Valdosta State team. Mark my word, when they play again together down in South Georgia, you got to know that the Lady Blazers are going to be ready and then some. But what a comeback today, 59, and look at the smiles on their faces. Part of it, smiles of joy, and the rest of it, smiles of relief. Lady Bulldogs, incredible comeback, particularly what they did in that third quarter. And then down the stretch, defensively, is what they did in that second half that was just beyond really description here. And I'll show you once again. I want to get back into my summary here. This is a Valdosta State team that was held to 21 points in the second half, and Union scored 37 to come from behind. They were down at halftime 35-22, and Union ended up winning it 59-56. What a finish indeed it was. And you got to know that there are a number of fans here in this partisan crowd of red that are giving you a collective at that point. That's just the way it is. Well, let's give you the totals. What an afternoon it has been for Valdosta State. Quadron Farrer, I mean, what can you say about her? She's one of the greats in the entire conference. She was every bit the equal of Jalencia Williams. It's a shame that it came down to 2 free throws that she missed that would have given the lead back to Valdosta State. She missed them both. But she was 9 of 17 from the floor, 19 points to be the game leader. And I can't say enough about that young lady. She is an outstanding player. And Hain with 11 and Francis with 11. And both of them combined for 9 of 17 from the floor. They were your 3 players in double figures for Valdosta State that shot 48% from the floor. But at halftime, they were at 57%. They were 5 of 11 from behind the arc at 46%. As we told you, they're a good percentage shooting team, although that's better than what their totals were. But from behind the arc, they just don't put up as many because they try to really push it on the inside. And the tough day, and this could have been the big factor right here, free throws. They were 3 out of 8 for 37.5%. It was a bad free throw shooting night for West Florida in here. They had a lot more free throws as well. Bad free throw shooting night, unconventional for West Florida in here on Thursday night. Union was out-rebounded 30-26, but let me give you the totals. Jalencia Williams, 18 points in the game, 7 of 11. And I'm going to tell you, that first half, she was challenged by Farrer and by Bernard. I mean, they were doubling down on her. She earned every single basket that she had in this game. And a big key, 4 of 6 from the free throw line. And if you get that from Jalencia, you're happy with it because it made a huge difference. Bethany Dillard, 3 out of 8 in three-pointers, but she ended up with 11 in the game. And those 2 crucial free throws that she made with seemingly no nerves, 59-56 that's when she hit those 2 free throws, and she is a 94% free throw shooter. Tremendous game that she had. And Emily Beard with 9, and I cannot tell you enough about the flash Ashton Baker, only 8 points, but so many creative offensive possessions that she led for this team. This was a day that they had shut off Shanique Lucas, and so Ashton, whereas she was not in double figures scoring. I'm looking at my totals here, and she had 7 rebounds. And for your point guard to be the leading rebounder, what a day that she had. 4 steals, 3 assists, so many other things that she did well without the basketball. And Shanique finally came through with 7 in the second half, actually in the last quarter and a half. But we're going to give our player of the game honors to Jalencia Williams because I've not seen her challenged as she was in the conference as she was today, and she still managed to navigate home 18 points and 5 rebounds, and how about this, 4 assists as well. So she is our Worthy Road Studios player of the game. Well, right now, after the Lady Bulldogs thriller, we're going to take you to another championship game that goes back 13 years. It was Ralph Turner's final game as men's basketball coach here. It was the Trans-South Conference Championship game against Freed Hardeman. It was an electrifying night. Let's go to the final 7.5 minutes of that game.
Technicals. So here is Neville with Union up by 23. He'll have 2, and then they'll go back down to the opposite end.
The technical on Greg Trevillian will only be his 3rd foul.
87-63. Now they'll come back down to the Freed end and shoot a couple. And I think these officials, one of the reasons for this was trying to keep this game from getting out of control.
Well, Chris Smith took a little bit of a cheap shot on Brian Lake. Brian didn't really instigate that. He was just setting a pick, and Chris Smith just got frustrated and elbowed him to the back.
Well, it's been a challenge for him. He's a tremendous player, Christopher Smith, and taking nothing away from him. But one of the reasons that you talked about earlier about why he has a difficult relationship with opposing fans, it's because he's had a hard time keeping himself under control.
Yeah, we're going to have our media timeout now.
I'll continue that thought in just a second. Are we going to take that?
I think we are. All right. So 5:53 left to the championship. Kaufman scoreboard, Union 87, Freed Hardeman 65.
There's nothing worse than not knowing who's handling your money. At First South Bank, our local roots enable us to have the authority to make in-house decisions on the spot. Our leadership and governance are all locally based individuals ready to serve you. You see, our people are here to serve you, and they're committed to exceeding your expectations. A local bank with local people that are able to do extraordinary things. That's what authority is all about. That's First South Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, it's been a while since we've had action on the floor. They've been at the free throw line a long period to try to settle things down after the double technical was called. I think when we come back to action, Brian Lake is going to be on the free throw line.
Yeah, that would be right because the first foul on Smith was his 4th, and that would be a double bonus foul. So Brian Lake, is out at the free throw line. He's going to shoot 2. So 6 straight free throws, 2 for one team, 4 for the other.
I guarantee you hadn't seen anything like this on American Idol tonight. So it is Lake at the line for 2.
The score may not be close, but the game really hasn't disappointed in intensity at all.
No, in this second half, it has been it's almost tense. And Lake now with 13. Neville, the game leader, with 34. He had 23 at halftime. Got it. Back to a 24-point margin for the Bulldogs. And again, Freed Hardeman trying to see if they can come up with any kind of a flurry late to at least threaten. They go to the inside, high off the glass. Hard to stop that one by Curtis Brown.
You just tip your hat after that one.
Tremendous drive, tremendous angle. And Ralph is telling Neville, get it across.
They've got it across with 1 to spare.
He's directing traffic. Here's the classic. Yes, sir! He just hit it right off that drive. Bud Trevelyan with 19.
He's gotten the best of Fry all night long, almost doubling up in points, 19-10.
On the inside, Fry against Trevelyan. That hook is working. It was not in the first half. Fry with 12. And Jason calls timeout. We'll take one, too. Your Kaufman scoreboard on Championship Tuesday. Union 91, Freed Hardeman 69.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. I used to be afraid to give blood, but I decided to go for it. I gave blood for the first time last month, and I'm so glad that I did. I actually helped save a life, and it was just so easy. I'll give again when I'm eligible. Have you given blood lately?
I have a question for you. Have you given blood lately? Patients in local hospitals need blood every day, and it will only be there for them if we care enough to give. So please, give blood soon.
It has been a long second half, shall we say. A lot of times to the free throw line and a lot of interruptions to the action. And Neville works one-on-one. And there was a dangerous pass that Freed steals. And takes it to the inside. No goaltending, and they wanted it. And a foul from behind.
I think if we saw a replay of that, you'd see he got that just before it got to the backboard. Once it hits that backboard, then it would count.
No, we are going to see it.
You watch right here. You watch Greg Trevelyan closely. Or Brian Lake.
And he tips it. He barely gets the fingertip on it right before it hits that backboard. So you're right, Steven. Good block.
It was on the way up. If you're a casual fan and you wonder, and there are people who will not understand that. If the ball is in the downward flight, then that's goaltending.
Normally, once that ball has hit the backboard, regardless of going down or up, they're going to call it as a goaltend.
Trevelyan with 20 now. He and Neville have 54 of Union's 92 points.
And then add in Brian Lake's 14. That's your big three with 68, now 69 points. That's what you don't expect 69 every night, but somewhere up there is what you expect out of those three.
Back to a 24-point lead for the Bulldogs. And again, Freed Hardeman valiantly trying to stay with Union in the second half. There's a 28-footer that is off the mark for Logan Greer. Union to slow it down with about 4 minutes remaining.
And without making a shot there, they can't get in the press.
It is North. Short. And that was off the chest of Trevelyan. They'll take that one because we're very, very late. Fry with the hook. I tell you, in the second half, he's had an amazing run with that hook shot. Fry with 14. And we got a full timeout. So your Kaufman scoreboard, Union 93, Freed Hardeman 71.
Working adults can now experience Union's top-tier academics integrated with a Christian worldview.
I'd given up on earning my degree until I heard about Union's program.
Finishing my degree at Union University has honestly been one of the greatest experiences in my life.
Union was able to fit my busy schedule, and as a single mother, that was very important to me.
Wouldn't you love to have your degree 18 months from now? Call us at 866-392-6700.
And we're about ready to play this last 4:04 before the banners are awarded, and we will probably be extending our post-game show until at least about 9:15 tonight, because I have a feeling it's not going to be played in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Well, the guys from Union told us that if they were to win, they would stick around. And they're not going to get out of here and go to the locker room. They're going to celebrate this one.
And I got a feeling there will be some fans that will storm the court. We haven't seen that in a long, long time here. We're under 4. And Union just trying to play out the string. Neville is hemmed up, but Alexander tries the three. Rims out.
And that would have been the exclamation point on this game.
And they go to the inside, and Brown with a left-hand layup. And that's about as close as Freed has been all night since about maybe the first 6 minutes of the game at 93-73. And it has been despite the fact that Union is led by as many as 32. It has been physical, it has been fast, it has been brutal.
Union may need to just go back and try to score it because the slowing down's not working well.
And it's rejected one of the few times that happens to Trevelyan. This is little Sampson. Watch him. And pops it up short. They're way out front, close to 3. In and out. And picked up this time by North.
That's a huge rebound because that could have got it under 20 points.
Ralph says bring it on down, and they do. The long one down court, and clobbered is Spud Trevelyan. And they get him up very, very quickly. Well, that's the way they say. If you're going to have a hard foul, deny them that basket.
Good sport by Wesley Mays. Went to help Greg get up.
So at the line will be Trevelyan, who has 21. He has had so many games down the stretch in the 20s and 30s. For Union, this would be its 6th straight victory on the season. They had to win all 3 in the final week in order to guarantee home court advantage for this tournament. And they did it. Bing, bang, boom. And they have played with all of the aplomb that you would expect. They had one game in the semifinals that they had to do a come-from-behind job, and they did what they had to do. And tonight, they just put on a house of fire in the first half to lead 57-33. And Trevelyan with both of them to give him 23.
If you had to pick one of the 3 games to win, this definitely is it. And that looks like what they've decided.
And the big question is, will this earn Union a #1 seed in the NAIA National Tournament?
Oh, I say absolutely to that one. No doubt in my mind whatsoever, especially given the 2, 3, and 4 teams in the nation who failed to win their conference titles. Union to go into Kansas City as #1.
Also, #2, Oklahoma Baptist, they lost their final game before the tournament, so they've lost twice since that hold has come out.
Neville will go to the line for 2. And that is the 4th foul on Cedric Austin. Brian Lake a double-double tonight with 14 points and 11 rebounds. Union a 47-35 edge on the boards. Neville's had a problem, and he's really frustrated with himself not connecting on those first of 2. But I want to send a big salute to both schools for their tremendous support of this game tonight. We have at times this season questioned the intensity of the Union fans because the student section has not been terribly filled for many games this season. They made it tonight for the big one. The Freed-Hardeman fans with so many that have come this way from Henderson tonight, and despite the fact that it is not going to end in a championship, you got to hand it to them. They gave their team everything they needed as far as support. And the 3 is off the mark, and North the rebound with 2 minutes to go.
And it's celebration time now for this Union Bulldogs and the Union student section.
And you got to see it. They are shaking their keys over on the other side. And the foul is on. The 5th foul on Moulton, so they'll take enough time to bring in a replacement.
They get 60 seconds, so.
Yeah, at one point they cut that back down to 30, but now they have a full minute again. And so Union ever closer to the century mark in this game, but it doesn't matter. They will hang their 6th Trans-South Conference Championship banner and do so in decisive fashion. They will be presented both the regular season and the tournament championship banners immediately following the game. We'll take a quick timeout for a break afterward and then join the celebration, and it will be a big one.
And now Ralph Turner will empty the bench. Alontae McLemore will get into the ball game. And I don't think we mentioned him. He made the All-Trans-South freshman team. So you have to give him credit where that's due. And Matt Neville gets his standing ovation from the people behind us.
35 points, and in that first half, with the 23 he had, he carried this team on his back.
That's the way to go out in your final performance at home. even though he's only played 2 years here.
And the foul, and they'll get the basket and the foul. On the hook is Fry, now has 16. Well, I was with Ralph Turner on that first season when he was hired late in the year in May, too late for a major recruiting season, and he literally had a ragtag unit. They came off of intramurals. He had 2 guys that we defined as much travel because they had played for 3 different programs each. It was rough.
That's never a good sign.
No, it was rough. It was one of those years that you knew it was going to be a struggle. A lot of people predicted if he won 5 or 6 games in that first year that it would be a miracle. He actually won 11, and many people looked on that as a sign of things to come. The second season in a game that's a classic one that we come back to and refer many times, they were a so-so team, and then against Bethel, they were 17 down with 2:17 to go and made one of the most dramatic rallies I have ever seen. I had conceded the game on the air, and they came from behind, and they won it in double overtime over Bethel, and they started a 7-game winning streak. The next year, they won 23 games, ended up losing the first round to Berry in the conference tournament. But it was that 4th season against Birmingham Southern, and this team began to believe in itself. And this university began to believe it was among the elite in men's basketball. And that's when Union turned it around in 1998, went to the throne room for the first of what will be tonight the 6th Trans-South Conference Championship in tournament play for Ralph Turner.
And watch when they come back out on the floor. I think Jason has instructed them that if they're going to foul, it's anyone but 5, which is Alan North, who he knows can make the free throws at the line.
Yeah, they would love for Union not to be able to hit the century mark in this one.
Coming into that, I'd like to know if anybody in this building that really knew much about the 2 teams would have said that Union would have got to 100.
I would have figured this would have probably been a game in the 70s.
You just think that it sticks normal. The games stick normally to the way they've been played in previous meetings, and it just didn't happen this year.
Well, Ralph Turner has been a great friend of mine personally, and I've enjoyed the mutual respect that we've had, both of us as faculty members, and that foul sending Alexander almost into the stands. And that is the 5th foul on Wesley Mays. So he will sit down, and that will give Alexander an opportunity, 2 tries, to put them to the century mark. And they'll get Velko Petrovic, who's not seen a lot of action in the second half of the season. He'll be checking in. I can tell you how rough it was during Ralph's first season. Ralph came out, he had much thicker red hair at that point in time, and he wore red suspenders to every game. We even had red suspender night for the fans. That's how desperate we were to try to get some enthusiasm in the crowd, and Union went 101. But we're a long way past that point in this program. Long three-pointer and the air ball. And 3 tries to save it, but it goes up.
And you hear the chants now for Luke Allison coming into the ball game. He's got to be the fan favorite around here.
The 6'4" freshman from Louisville. And if he gets a basket, they will erupt.
That would be the perfect exclamation point, and this place would go nuts. You think it's allowed when Lindsey Flynn scores for the girls.
There's Petrovic. And the long one to Banoro. Yes, sir. He just reached around. And it has been the most dominant performance of the season against a quality team. And these 3 Norman Lions, they have the ability to challenge huge in the national tournament. Do not be fooled by this final score.
Talk about a major confidence boost, though, for a team like Union going into the tournament.
They're down to 38 seconds to the banner. Petrovic took his eye off of it. This is Austin taking it all the way and couldn't let it fall. But they get the fall away by little Sampson.
And the Union crowd's excited about it.
I tell you, they love to watch him. And he's a local guy from right here in Jackson.
That was the first thing both these teams have agreed on.
And here they go down to the last 21. Tipped away by Brian Pearson. We are going to stay with it until 9:15. At 9 o'clock, we're going to take a very quick break. So everybody stay with us. We'll have some of the celebration immediately following. And Banoro. It is Petrovic drawing the foul.
It'd be nice to see him get into the scoring column. Oh, Ralph just wants this one to end.
Yeah, I think Ralph is worn out with how this one has just gone on and on. Veljko Petrovic from Serbia, a sophomore. And he has connected.
You know, and he came in here last year, played in a lot of ball games. Doesn't get to play much this year because of the recruits that came in. They really, a lot of them play his position.
And he got them both. Last possession of the game for Freed Hardeman. And here goes Sampson. Down to the last 7. From the corner. And Union with the final rebound. And ladies and gentlemen, the Union Bulldogs in decisive fashion are the Trans-South Conference champions for the 6th time. Taking a break and we'll be right back.
What a night that was in Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Now, here are your starters for this afternoon for Valdosta State. Jacoby Owens, Maurice Gordon, Cam Hamilton, Ricky Brown, and Michael Cole, and I'll tell you more about them as the game progresses. For the Bulldogs, it's the same 5 that we had this past Thursday night. J.C. Hawkins, who is the graduate student from Independence, Kentucky. Tyree Boykin, the team's leading scorer, averaging 18 a game. Jeremiah Littlepage, who he's averaging 7 points, 5 rebounds a game. Ty Parks, he's the guy that can do just about everything, 11-point average. And Bo Gidgel, who's averaging 12 a game and 7 rebounds. And those are your starters. And we're about to meet all of them as we go down to the floor for the introductions.
Welcome to the Fred DeLay Gymnasium on the campus of Union University. The second half is between the Valdosta State Blazers and your Union Bulldogs. Please be advised that Union University North-South Conference and NCAA will put sportsmanship by student athletes, coaches, and spectators. We request your cooperation by supporting participants and officials in a positive manner, preventing racial or sexist comments or other intimidating actions. Where officials, student athletes, coaches, or team representatives will not be tolerated, and their grounds for removal from the competition. Thank you for your cooperation. And now, this afternoon's starting lineup, beginning with the visitors, the Blazers of Valdosta State University. At guard, 6'2" from Warner Robins, Georgia, number 1, Jacoby Owens. At forward, 6'6" from Lincoln, Georgia, number 2, Maurice Gordon. At guard, 5'11" from Charlotte, North Carolina, number 3, Cam Hamilton. At guard, 6'2" freshman from Valdosta, Georgia, number 4, Ricky Brown. And at forward, 6'7" from Jacksonville, Florida, number 5, Michael Cole. The Blazers are coached by Mike Humphrey, assisted by Will Justice. And now, for your Union Bulldogs. At guard, assistant graduate student from Independence, Kentucky, number 3, J.C. Hawkins. At guard, assistant student from Knoxville, Tennessee, number 1, Tyree Boykin. And forward, assistant sophomore from North Carolina, number 20, Jeremiah Littlepage. And guard, a 6'4" senior from Pocahontas, Tennessee, number 33, Ty Parks. And forward, a 6'8" junior from Los Angeles, California, number 35, Bo Gidgel. Head coach of the Bulldogs is David Miller, assisted by Easton Wesel, and Chris Stewart.
Well, Owens, Hamilton, and Cole, Valdosta State, they combine for 41 points. And so you are really having a defensive struggle to have to tackle them. And Hamilton has had 35 steals and Owens 66 assists on the season. They are going to be a challenge. Valdosta State comes in 9-8, 5-5 in the Gulf South Conference. They lost to Christian Brothers in Memphis on Thursday night. But as we say often, don't let the record deceive you. This team is very capable of coming in on this floor and pulling the upset against the number 2 team in the conference. And let the games begin. Blazers come off with it first. They shoot 47% from the floor and 38% on field goals. They're not a very good free throw shooting team. Only 63% on the season. And nice job, but it hangs up on the lip as Cole, they managed to get the offensive rebound from the corner. The three is off the mark, and they're going to get a third opportunity. And that little push shot goes through. Hamilton with the first basket of the game. And that's the one thing, as Dave Niven will tell you, we're going to talk to him during the course of this game about the fact that he says, I can almost tell in the first 5 minutes of the game, actually in warm-ups, how my team is going to perform. He thought that neither team played well on Thursday night, but there you go, J.C. Hawkins with that turnaround three. And underneath the basket, it hung up on the lip, but Jeremiah couldn't come down with the rebound. And Union will play it. That was just good recovery defense. We're going to talk about an element that Dave Niven says is not a category in the statistic books, but is actually very, very important. And Union coughs it up. And trying to take it all the way down. And the foul before the shot. That's on Ty Parks. So at the line, it's going to be Jacoby Owens, and he is their leading scorer, averaging 15 per game. As we mentioned, this guy is always looking to dish off to somebody. 66 assists. Well, that one went astray, but Union will play it. Not as tall of a Valdosta State team as we've seen in the past. Gordon goes 6'6", and they've got Mohamed Fafana. He is a 6'7", player out of New York. And underneath, Little Page was triple teamed and just could not release it. Union losing one 68-62 to lose the lead in the conference on Thursday night to West Florida. So they want to try to keep pace, only a half game back with a victory today. Boykin for the three. He had a rough night Thursday night that just could not get them to fall. And nice little bank shot in the middle for Owens. He is a 6'1" junior from Warner Robins, Georgia, near Macon. And he's a transfer from Gulf Coast Community College. The foul is charged to Cam Hamilton. He's a 5'11" redshirt junior from Charlotte, North Carolina. And he transferred from UNC Pembroke. Boykin tried that fall away, but dishes off instead. And the bank doesn't fall, but it will send Hawkins to the line for two. The foul is charged to downtown Ricky Brown. And if you wondered, that's not the same downtown Ricky Brown who is legendary in Jackson, Tennessee. Mr. Traffic in the hub city of West Tennessee. Gidgel, he's working one-on-one. Gets that little curl hook in. Finger roll for Gidgel, and Union on top. Rather, they're trailing by 1 at 6-5. And that one went astray after Hamilton was double teamed. Boykin had a screen, but instead took it all the way down and went left to right, banked it through. Now watch the defense work. And this crowd and this bench is into it. The bench was a little listless on Thursday night, but they're into it this afternoon, and particularly after the women's game. In case you are tuning in late, the Union Lady Bulldogs pulled one out of the fire in one of the all-time thrillers against Valdosta State, 59-56, after trailing by as many as 14. They were down 13 at halftime and looked like a dead team, but they came through. And I can't even begin to tell you what it was like if you missed it. Fall-away jumper is there. Boykin. Chance of defense from the Bulldog bench. We didn't hear a lot of that Thursday night. And overshooting the layup was Brown. Bulldogs on a fast break attack now, and the three, Gidgel does not get the Plinko drop. Blazers on the attack with Owens leading it, and he wanted a foul called and didn't get it. The jumper is not there. That one was just a little bit too loose on that shot. That is something that we'll address with Dave Niven later on in the game, because he's going to give you a brand new dictionary definition tonight. Big three is off the mark for Brown. And Union, Gidgel, nobody was going to stop him. He got it and the foul, and you can see this young man is so emotional. He's such a happy guy on the floor. And timeout is called. It will get the rest of the free throw after the timeout. Union on top, 11-6. Well, the ability of the Bulldogs today will be measured on defense by how they do certain things Coach Niven felt they did not do well Thursday night against West Florida.
The energy, the enthusiasm from your bench, from your teammates, just the vibe that you get from playing in that kind of atmosphere where man, we are all focused, we are all dialed in. I think the ball goes in a lot easier in that kind of environment, and we've played like that at points this season. I feel like it's been a few weeks since we've had that, since we've had that kind of energy in a game, and I think it absolutely affects our shooting. But ultimately, we can control those things. We can control our shot selection, and we can control the kind of juice that we bring night in and night out. And that's my job as a coach, to make sure we do a much better job with that.
A big thing for Coach Mike Helfer, is just to settle down his team and get them to where they play their offense. You try to run with Union, and you're probably not going to be able to do it very well, because this Union team is so chock full of speed. But he wants to get them where they can play their kind of defense, and I'm sure that's a lot of what it was being said in the huddle. Gidgel is at the line for an attempt at a three-point play. Bo had a big night Thursday night, but it just was not enough for the Bulldogs as it got away from them in the second half. But as Dave Niven told me before this game, he said, we're going to see what kind of character we have to be able to shake this one off. Taking it all the way down for that layup and perfectly going in was Selders, who's just into the game. That's Cam Selders from Morgantown, West Virginia, another transfer. Gidgel looked like he was going to go for the hook, but instead sends it outside to J.T. DeBuck. And J.T., who had a big game down at Alabama Huntsville last Saturday off the bench, looks like he's having a continuing story, and we got a foul away from the ball. And that is charged to Justin. So we got multiple substitutions coming in. Mikhail Simmons is coming in at the post. I met Mikhail's mother right before the game today, and she told me how much she enjoys watching the games at home. And I told her, as they try to curl one home and make it, Fofana connects. And I told Miss Simmons, I said, I got to tell you, they dragged me out of the mothballs of retirement to start calling the games again. The big three for DeBuck, who's red hot. And Miss Simmons told me, she said, you don't smell anything like mothballs. So I enjoy meeting the parents of these players. Jeremiah Littlepage's mom is one of my favorites, and I'll say hey to Mom right now. And again, look at the defensive pressure, and that was outstanding by Tyree Boykin that forced the turnover, and that is the fourth turnover on the part of the Blazers here in the first 6 minutes. Union is playing much more intense defense. And already 18 points in the first 6 minutes. Bulldogs look a lot more loose, relaxed, more like they're into playing their game today. Tried to go to the inside and the foul. J.C. Clossy was fouled from behind by Selders. That was charged to Jeremy Golson. Instead, looked like he'd held up one finger on one of his hands. Golson, who's in the game, with one foul. And there you go. He just had that one step on everybody. And the foul from behind. That is such a killer because he was going to get that shot anyway, and in a desperation to try to stop it, committing the foul on the backside. So Bo is attempting to get three-point play. Justin King committed it. He's from Tallahassee, Florida. Tallahassee is barely an hour away from Valdosta. And going right down through everybody. Selders with his fourth point of the game. They've left him wide open twice for a free ticket down the lane. And that was just a little bit of indecision, and Clossy could not hold on, so Union commits its second turnover of the half. That women's game was played, even though it was a thriller, was played in relatively swift fashion, and we got this thing underway relatively quickly as well. Selders wanted a foul but didn't get it. Fall-away jumper, short. JT was looking to get one of those to drop because he's got a fake, and then he stops with that fall-away. There's a high jumper that's not there. And they got the follow. So a 4-0 run on the part of the Blazers. Mitchell connecting. Simmons for the three. Yes! He's got a bit of a line drive shot, but for a guy who plays post, he also has a very strong three-point ability. He's already picked up 2 assists in the game, and Union's back on top by 10. And on the out of bounds, and you'll have Hawkins to come back in for Union, as well as Parks, and Jacoby Owens is back in for the Blazers. I have so many fond memories. I grew up in Waycross, Georgia, and I have so many fond memories of my first 2 years of college at Valdosta State. I think about half of Waycross that was in college at that time decided to go there, and it was so much fun continuing to enjoy being with my old friends, but also, and a nice block by Simmons. It was also it was such a fun school to be at. And it's Simmons. 2 in a row for McHale. And Union is going bonkers. They had a rough night of threes on Thursday night, but 5 of 6 already this afternoon and a 13-point lead. That bench is really electric this afternoon. And another turnover. That is the 5th, and we have timeout. And Union is on top 27-14. Well, when it comes to offense in today's game, and you're seeing a lot of it, Dave Niven says he sees 3 important elements for the Bulldogs to have a chance to win.
Then on the offensive side, making sure we don't turn the ball over, and we don't have shot turnovers. And a shot turnover is just essentially a bad shot that leads to transition, leads to a fast break by your opponent. It's a quick guarded shot. It's a guarded 3 with a lot of time left in the possession where we haven't done any of the things that we want to do. The things that we want to do, we want to get the ball inside. We want to get a post up. We want to drive and get our feet in the paint with the ball. We want to get to the free throw line. All of those things are things that if we can do on any possession, we feel like it's.
And so far, Dave Niven is seeing those elements come alive in this game for the Bulldogs to be off to a 13-point lead already. And I think they have shaken off some of the cobwebs from Thursday night, when you just have to say it was not a good performance. It really wasn't good for either team. It was really one of these grueling, rather ugly games, but you got to win the ugly ones as well as the ones where you're feeling it. And today the Bulldogs seem like they're feeling it because the tempo and the rhythm is there. They're shooting 67% from the floor. And a chance to extend that 13-point lead. And they're spreading them out on offense. And again, Simmons with those 2 3-pointers. What a dimension he brings to the game at the post to be able to hit from outside. There you go. Not stopping that one with Littlepage, right between the defenders. Except it was Parks, not Littlepage. They got similar hair, guys. That's just the way it is. Forgive me, Ty. I mean, it's just the way it is. Okay. Trying to get in the paint. They've had no success at trying to be able to hit from outside. And there's the steal. And Union's got 2-on-1. The floater, the timing was off. He probably should have gone on ahead and had the layup rather than having the ESPN highlight. There you go. They're not going to stop that one. That was an attempt high to jump, and going to the deck hard was Parks. Owens connected on that basket, but Parks went down hard on his elbow, but he's shaking it off, the sting more than anything else. But he's not coming out of there. It's sort of like Jalencia Williams. They had to bring her out for one session until they had another timeout after she went down very briefly, but she was doing great. So there was no way that she was coming out of that game for any more than she had to, and ended up with 18 points in the women's game. Almost stolen. And open for the 3. No, it just went down and it hit the top of the glass, and so ball goes underneath the Valdosta State. And we are just about halfway through this first 20 minutes of action at David Blackstock Court. I'm Steve Beverly, and I hope that you are going to stay with us for the rest of the way today because we certainly enjoy bringing you these games. Turnaround is not there, and the rebound to Simmons. McHale's having himself an afternoon already, and right through everybody, and the foul. That's the kind of dimension that J.T. DeBuck brings to this team. Last week when Hunter Vick was out of action, and Hunter still is out today, he came in and delivered 17 points against Alabama Huntsville. It was Ty Parks who had the winning free throw with 2.8 seconds left. And for the three-point play, yes, sir. And Union has doubled Valdosta State now at 32-16. Those chants of defense have been rattling around Fred DeLay in this men's game, as they simply were not on Thursday night. And again, now let's see, is that going to be a basket and a foul? Yeah, they say he was fouled in the act of shooting. He looked like he was all alone at that point, but Cole's going to go to the line. Michael Cole, not the same Michael Cole that was the star of the Mod Squad back in the 60s and 70s. And a three-point play. Valdosta shooting 45% from the floor. They'll put Union in the bonus with the next foul that they commit. Tell you what, Bulldogs are just passing with efficiency. It's there, and the foul, and Parks will go to the line to try to get the trifecta. As my good friend Gary Neese says, that's getting a three the hard way, but you take them any way you can get them. Before the three-point shot went into effect back in the 80s, this was the only way you had a three-point play. And Parks connects, and Union gets back that three. Scoring well distributed. Gidgel leading with 8. And you've had so far 6 different Bulldogs that have scored. They're trying to get behind Simmons, and they didn't. And a foul, that's going to be Parks in an attempt to shuffle one away, and that is his second foul, and so I think they will get Boykin back in. Sometimes Ty gets just a little bit too aggressive trying to get those steals and commits. Union will be in the bonus for the rest of the half. The Bulldogs have only committed 4 team fouls thus far. And in the paint, and the foul on the drive in. So they've been successful at drawing fouls here in the last 2 minutes of the contest. J.C. Clossy is charged with that one. And that is his second. So they will get Bo Gidgel back into the game. Valdosta State on the season is only a 63% free throw shooting team, and I know they want to try to improve on that this afternoon. Because if you don't connect from the free throw line with the Bulldogs, you usually are not going to win. And he nailed them both. And when we knew they were coming in today, I wanted to see this Jacoby Owens because he has just so many skills and the ability to do so much. And talk about ability from outside, J.T. DeBuck with his third three. He is now the game leader with 12. He's having the kind of afternoon that he did last Saturday in Huntsville. Fall away jumper. Not there, and it is Boykin the rebound. Simmons thought about the three, but decided to dish it off. Union spreads them out once again. Dave Niven has to be happy with what he's seeing so far today, though. And Simmons all the way down, and he had it blocked. Looked like he had a free ticket, but he had 2 guys to crash in on him, and it was really balanced and all the way down at the opposite end. So that's what you call a shot turnover, and we're going to be talking to Dave Niven about that on the next break. It doesn't show up as a turnover in the statistics, but it is what we call a shot turnover, and there you go with a three. Yet another one for J.C. Hawkins, who is having an afternoon. He's got 6 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and a steal. Bulldogs by 18. Jumper by Owens is not there. And the big three from about 27 feet is not there. And they did a marvelous job. That was one of those fly pattern passes. And the curl hook is not there. Nice job by Hawkins to knock it away. They'll play it underneath with a new 20, and we'll have a timeout. And Union on top with 6:46 remaining, 41-23. Well, over the years, you've probably heard me say that an ill-advised shot is the equivalent of a turnover. And that's what I just said a minute ago. This afternoon, Dave Niven gives that an official term. I asked Dave to give us his definition of a shot turnover.
It's a bad shot. Bad shots often lead to good shots for your opponent. And so, there's a number of ways you can take bad shots. Primarily, it's quick shots. The problem with quick shots a lot of times is number one, they're not open. And number two, the problem is that you don't get the things that you're looking for as an offense. And what we look for as an offense are post ups. We look for paint touches. Paint touches for us or when a guard or a forward big, anybody with the basketball is able to drive and get into the lane. I feel like that collapses the defense and helpers come and help, and then we can kick and get an inside-out three. Those are good shots for us.
Mark Helfer, again, trying to get his Blazers to settle down. They've had moments where they've been able to penetrate on the inside, but they haven't been able to hit from the outside this afternoon, and they have also committed 6 turnovers, and that has led to 7 Union points out of this 18-point lead. Blazers will play it underneath their own goal. And let's see how Helfer plays it. And nicely navigated home by Fofana. He's got 4. Look at this one. Wide open. That was a case of, frankly, going to the floor was ill-advised for Dusan Djordjevic. He took the ball to the floor, and he had a free ticket. He could have had an easy layup, and that usually is something that allows the defenders to catch up, and that is exactly what happened. And at the opposite end, Union commits a foul. So that would be the same thing at Dave Niven talking about is a shot turnover. That's exactly what it is. Let's see if they can capitalize off of that. They haven't been able to hit a 3 so far this afternoon. And they got 1 second to do it, and it was short. That one did hit iron. Now, watch Gidgel. And it's going to be a blocking foul instead of an offensive foul because his defender was moving with him. We got Emily Beard-Dunnigan up in the stands here, and she's up here above us where our broadcast booth is. She's shaking her head like she's afraid that I'm going to call her over for an interview. But, yeah, Emily, Emily says, no. We tried our best to get Emily over here. We had her on before Christmas in an interview. I saw her dad between games today, and he started talking about, he said, I was yelling at her the whole game today. Mr. Beard was having a good time, though, because of the way the outcome was. There's a fall away that doesn't go, but the foul, and that's going to be on Djordjevic. They've had an opportunity to go to the line 4 times and have hit 3, but still trailing by 18. This place gets so incredibly quiet on visitors' free throws unless the game is on the line. It's almost as if everybody had taken melatonin and decided they wanted to have a nap. I can tell you, Ms. Littlepage sitting there at Birmingham, she's not taking a nap right now. 43-27. She'll probably kill me for saying that, too. Big three, 27-footer that goes in and out. JT wanted to get another one. He's had 3 threes already. He is the game's leading scorer with 12, and yet another turnover for the Blazers. That is 7. And Union is still trying to continue picking up the points off of those mistakes, slowing the tempo a bit. The thing that's deceptive is the Bulldogs, when they bring that ball across the timeline, then all of a sudden those crisp passes that they throw, shot goes up very quickly like that, and Gidgel has got it. So across the line, it was only 8 seconds before they were able to come up with a clean look at the basket. They go into the paint, and it's lost. And offensive foul. It sure looked it to me from up here and it was charged to Ricky Brown. That was distinctively perfect position on the part of the Bulldogs, and so they now have a chance to go up 20. That's the 9th team foul. And once again, Boykin. And he's finally beginning to connect. Boykin, and they gave him a 3 on that. It looked like his foot might have been on top of the arc. And again, they throw it away. They have not been able to get that timing pattern on passes into the paint. And the Bulldog defense has had a lot to do with that. As I say, Bulldogs are just playing extremely loose in this game, as if somebody just shot them full of happy juice after that performance on Thursday night. And Boykin will toss it in. We still got 4 minutes to go, and they're about to hit the half-century mark. And let's see if Gidgel tries to take it himself. He does. And in and out. He was robbed of that finger roll. The thing, if you're Union, you don't want to put on the brakes. And there you go. Gidgel committed the foul, and he's right over there to see about Owens. Owens went down hard on that arm. I think he's going to be okay, and so we're going to have a brief time to attend to him, and they're going to call the trainer over. Well, while we're doing that, let's go to another. Let's see. Well, no, we're going to keep it right here. He's still having. He's going to have to shake these cobwebs off. Well, let me take us to one of our interviews with Dave Niven. Good shot selection, especially in pressure situations, is a key for any team to have a chance for victory. And Dave Niven elaborates for us about what makes good shot situations.
If we can get it inside, we can get it inside off the drive. We can get it inside off the post feed. There's a number of ways to get it down there, but those are things we're looking for. We're also looking for fouls. We want to get to the free throw line. We want to get into the bonus. And so when we take shots, particularly from three, that we haven't accomplished any of those things, we consider those things shot turnovers. Now, there are times that if you're playing fast, you can create some open looks in transition before you get any of those things that you want. And we always want to take those. If we have wide open threes, we're always going to take those.
In case you wonder, Dave Niven was doing that Zoom interview on his phone, and so every time that he would do anything, he would shake, and the picture would shake. I got to get Dave a tripod for his phone so that perhaps when he is in a situation that he needs to be, that I can get him to keep it still. But it's the information he's giving us. And I have really enjoyed having these interviews with the coaches that we're able to drop in during the timeouts, because I think it's been very instructive for a lot of you at home about learning more of the inside of the game. And I think it's a particularly with Dave and Mark Campbell, what they've shared with us. I've learned a lot about it, and you never stop learning about the game as a fan or as a broadcaster. Going to the line, and he's okay, is Jacoby Owens. And this young man from Warner Robins, Georgia, big Air Force base there. And in Middle Georgia, he's a transfer from Gulf Coast Community College. He's a junior, and he's been really a leader for this Blazers team. And the second one not there, and the rebound comes off to Hawkins. Union, again, has just dominated this one from about the first 4 minutes on. They're going to go inside to Jordovich, and he's short on that hook. One of these days, you get the idea that Jordovich might be able to have a breakout game. It hasn't happened yet, but he's got the skills, he's got the ability, and I think it's just more of a case of getting into a rhythm and confidence on his shots from the corner. A big three. A 48-31 lead. Bulldogs have given up a 5-0 run to the Blazers. Underneath, and Jordovich had it blocked. Nicely timed by Cole to knock it away. And all the way down with a layup. 7 in a row for the Blazers. Selders with 6. So they've sliced this lead to 15, and on the inside, that time, even though he had the dribble, Jordovich finally connects his first basket. And I think he needed that for confidence as much as anything. And Union has hit the half-century mark. And yes, this is just the first half, in case you've just joined us. And they're working against Hawkins and the foul. And that's going to be a blocking foul charged against Hawkins. That's JC's first. And so going to the line will be Fofana. He also transferred from Palm Beach State University. And short, well short on that one, but they got the offensive board. And again, big three from the corner. It's there. He got a high jump on that, and Owens, you could expect he's going to be their leader. He has 9. That's his first 3 of the game. So far, this has not shown signs of being a watch your blood pressure game. And that one's short, but the way the Blazers are playing right now and have for the last 3 minutes, it's as if maybe they're making a little run themselves. Because they were down by as many as 22. And again, they slowed the tempo down. And that little left-hand shot, the turnaround was there. And Selders has had himself an interesting afternoon. And they go into the corner again. Union has been cold over the last 3 minutes. And it's going to be a blocking foul. I call it an offensive foul. That is going to be on Gidgel. And that's Bo's second. They're going to get Ty Parks back in there. And so Union making some mistakes here with 1:10 to go will keep it right here. Bulldogs were up at one point, 48-25, and it's been a 13-2 run on the part of the Blazers. And what has happened here is that the Bulldogs have just suddenly lost their intensity on defense, and they've not been able to connect from the floor in the last 3.5 minutes. We're about to give you some of these great fans here that are part of it. Now there you go again. They're so happy to see themselves on television. They'll say, what time is this game going to be on replay so I can see myself again? There you go. Charles Baldwin giving everybody a little bit of a thumbs up. Trying to take it all the way down. High bank shot is there, and it's a 10-point game. Selders connects again, and he's having an afternoon. And the fall-away three finally being able to connect again. They gave him a 2. And we're under 45 seconds. Jordovich is trying to stop this one, but they do not get the bank, and Union will play it with 36 seconds remaining. And our computer stats have frozen all of a sudden. It looks as though that they froze about 3 minutes ago, because the last update that I have is at 3 minutes and 41 seconds remaining in this half. So perhaps we will get that corrected very, very quickly. So I can't really tell you how many that Selders has. I believe he's got 10 in the game right now. And again, taking his time. They're going to play it. They can't necessarily play it for the final opportunity, because there'll still be about 5 seconds left on the clock. And here goes Parks. Just too much on it. So a last opportunity for the Blazers, and this would be big if they were able to cut this thing to 10 or single digits, and they're going to go for the big one. No, just off the corner of it. And we are at halftime, and what looked like it was about to be a blowaway, well, they came back 52-40, and I can tell just from the angst on Dave Niven's face, he is not necessarily really thrilled with the way things are going. Now, we're going to get Coach Mark Campbell up here to talk with us about the women's thrilling victory, 59-56 over Valdosta State. But for right now, we want to take a 3-minute commercial break and let you see some important messages for you. And then we'll be back with the coach, and he will tell us how that comeback was engineered after being 14 down in the first half. We'll be right back with Coach Campbell right after these messages.
Be creative, innovative, passionate. Be excellent, inspiring, driven. Be faithful, disciplined, prepared. At Union University, you will thrive in a Christ-centered community and be equipped for success in your life and career. Begin your journey today. At Union University, be transformed.
53 national championships. More than 600 annual graduates. Thousands of lives changed. The Gulf South Conference.
Are you looking for a Christian college or are starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Be an employee equipped for advancement. Be a role model to your kids, your coworkers, your friends. Be a dreamer, an example, a finisher. Be a success story and a college graduate with an associate or bachelor's degree for adult students from Union University. At Union University, be transformed.
And we are here at halftime with Coach Mark Campbell as the Lady Bulldogs pulled off what many people might think was a miracle comeback after being down 14 in the first half against Valdosta State. And it was one of those gritty contests that just went down to the wire. And at the very end, it was Bethany Dillard, a 94% free throw shooter, who nailed 2 free throws, and great defense down the stretch. Lady Bulldogs coming from behind to win it 59-56. Mark, chart the tale of 2 halves on this, because that first half we saw some sermonettes, in the second half, it was if it was a different team.
Yeah, I mean, again, Valdosta is a very good defensive team. They're the best defensive team in our league. I think they're giving up 53 points a game. So, we didn't defend really well in the first half, but really it just comes down to we've got to be better prepared for Valdosta on a game where we only have a Friday to prepare. West Florida and Valdosta play two totally different styles, and so to be able to guard some of the stuff, we just made an adjustment at halftime and did a much better job guarding. But we struggled offensively the whole night. We had some people really make some big shots in the fourth, and coming back in the third was really fun to put us in that circumstance. To be honest with you, we win by 20. We don't learn the things we learned tonight. And so this definitely prepares us for March, being able to maintain focus and poise in the third and fourth quarter to do what's necessary to win a game that's tight at the end, because we didn't. At the first half, we did not execute at all. Took really bad shots. We were impatient. Didn't play with much poise.
You had a 21-6 run in that third quarter, and it was definitely moving quarter for you at that point. At what point in that quarter did you sense, okay, maybe this is going to come together?
Oh, I think I sensed it as soon as Ashton hit that three early. I mean, I think that put us we were still down double figures when she hit the first three. I think the greatest attribute Ashton has is she's competitive. And she hadn't played up to her level and what her expectations are the last couple of weeks. And really that competitive nature that comes out in her is her best attribute as a player. And the moment we got down, we came up from halftime, that's what Sean asked me, do we have this in us? And I said, we have this in us if Ashton and Shanique have it in them. And Ashton came out right from the very beginning and made a couple of threes. And I think just loosened everybody up. You could tell Jay was into the game communication-wise. And she was big. We got the ball to her a bunch. She gave us some easy baskets and did a good job posting. But Emily hit some big shots. Shanique hit a big three. Ashton hit two big threes, had the finish. And then Bethany making those free throws, putting a freshman on the line late and her be able to make free throws. That doesn't happen much when you have a choice of everybody and you want a freshman to be able to catch the ball and be able to make free throws in the end, which she did. Our defense was really good in the third and fourth quarter.
Well, also, you want a 94% free throw shooter in there when you're in that kind of situation. Farrer, their post player, was incredibly difficult to defend today, particularly in the first half. But yet, she's the weakest free throw shooter, and when she was on the line and had a chance to potentially get it back to within one, didn't happen.
Yeah, and in fact, I think we were up one. She could have put them up one when she got to the foul line. It was a great foul, to be honest with you. We had talked before the game of making sure that we don't let her have any easy ones and we make her get it from the foul line. 51% free throw shooter. And then we had a pretty good – they almost got a block out even off of the free throw. And so, again, I thought we really did some good things late. And it wasn't necessarily us executing a play. It was our players playing with some poise and getting the shots we needed. We were running a set on the sideline out of bounds. Ashton, the play broke down. She turns the corner and has a great finish from about 4 feet off the glass. Very difficult finish. And it just shows you what focus happens when you're super competitive. And obviously, we need great players to be able to win close games, and our best players showed up.
Well, you said back when we joined Division II that every game was going to be like an Elite Eight game was in the NAIA. This was like championship night today, because this is the kind of thing that you're going to face when you get down into March.
Yeah, no question. I think there's a huge difference between NAIA and D2 with the quality of depth and knowing that you can lose to the worst team in your league if you're not ready to play. And so being ready on a Thursday, Saturday against two different teams, two different styles of play is preparing us for regional action and Trans-South action if we end up getting to play back-to-back days. And so we've got to adjust mentally, be able to prepare mentally. And today, even though we didn't execute some game plan defensively, it was good for us to be in a situation where we had to execute down the stretch through the third and fourth quarter. I think we gave up 21 points in the second half, and really that was the game. I mean, we still didn't shoot up to our levels, but we really defended the second half, and this is the third straight game. I felt like we really improved on the defensive end, and I'm becoming a better defensive coach. Our players are starting to believe in that end, and if that happens, then we have a chance to be special by the end of the year.
Mark, I think the most impressive thing for me this afternoon is seeing how you were able to scale over the rails here to get up here to the broadcast booth, and I'm impressed.
Yeah, at 51, I'm working on my flexibility. I do want to say this, that our crowd was great today.
They were.
They really, the last quarter and third quarter and fourth quarter, they were really great. There's very few times I look back at the crowd and tell them to get up, and I did today because I really felt like our effort was worthy of being loud in here, and they did. Every single one of them. It was great to be able to play in front of that atmosphere, especially in January when our students aren't here. So really thankful for this place and to be able to coach at a place where not only the things that are important to me in life match, but they're like family away from home because you just know everybody. And so I look back down through here and I see all these people that have been a part of my life in some way, and how thankful we are to have a bunch of people that support this university.
Mark, congratulations on the victory today, and we'll see you back on here on TV the first week in February.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate all you do.
All right. Mark Campbell, head football coach.
It's been a long time since we had a football game.
It's been a long time, I think, 60-plus years. Yeah, head women's basketball coach at Union University after today's 59-56 victory on the part of the Lady Bulldogs. We'll be back, give you the halftime stats of the men's game right after this timeout.
Be creative, innovative, passionate. Be excellent, inspiring, driven. Be faithful, disciplined, prepared. At Union University, you will thrive in a Christ-centered community and be equipped for success in your life and career. Begin your journey today. At Union University, be transformed.
53 national championships. More than 600 annual graduates. Thousands of lives changed. The Gulf South Conference.
Are you looking for a Christian college or are starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Be an employee equipped for advancement. Be a role model to your kids, your coworkers, your friends. Be a dreamer, an example, a finisher. Be a success story and a college graduate with an associate or bachelor's degree for adult students from Union University. At Union University, be transformed.
And we are back. I want to thank Mark Campbell for spending time with us here at halftime with the 59-56 absolute thriller. It was one of those that you needed. If you have hypertension, you had to take your medication after that was over with. I got a feeling a lot of you at home probably had to go take a nerve pill after the Lady Bulldogs made that incredible comeback to defeat Valdosta State 59-56. Let me remind you that our next telecast, they're going to be on the road next weekend at West Alabama and Auburn, Montgomery. So the next telecast is going to be a rare Wednesday night doubleheader, and it's going to be on Wednesday, February 2nd. West Georgia will be coming to town, and particularly men's basketball, they're always double tough, but they've had some women's teams that have come in here and really played Union down to the wire. So that's Wednesday night, February 2nd. Our tip-off will be at 5:15. And just want to remind you that because that's a night that we don't usually play, but scheduling issues required that to happen. So our airtime, again, will be 5:15 on Wednesday, February 2nd against West Georgia. And now let's take a look at your halftime statistics brought to you again by Worthy Road Studios, and it is the finest in video production for sports, for live events, for church services, you name it. Worthy Road Studios is number one. and I am very happy to be a part of that team. Our halftime statistics: Union, excellent afternoon from the field, 19 of 35 for 54%. Valdosta State, not shabby at 47%, and that's matching their season average. Union is above its 45% season average. Three-pointers, look at the Bulldogs, 8 out of 12. That's such a difference from Thursday night, 67%. For Valdosta State, they are 2 out of 6 for 33. Union has been to the free throw line 6 times and hit them all. The Blazers, 6 out of 9 for 67%. Valdosta has had the edge in rebounding, 21-15, and they have actually had more second and third chance opportunities. That's part of the reason they lead 7-1 in offensive rebounds in this game. But in turnovers, they've committed 9 to Union's 4. And look at this. The Bulldogs have picked up 12 points off of their mistakes. And with a 52-40 lead, you could pretty well put it in that category. But the thing I'm sure Dave Niven is concerned about is that Union had a 23-point lead shaved down to 12 at the end of the half. And as we're 45 seconds away from starting this second half, that's going to be a big thing that I'm sure he is going to stress and emphasize heavily for them not to let their foot off the pedal in the early going of the third quarter. Because all of a sudden you saw in about a 4-minute and 15-second period that lead sliced in half. But good to have you aboard, Steve Beverly, with you. And we have had just a thrilling afternoon of basketball so far. And had a lot of good fans who have stayed around for this men's game. As Mark said, it was a huge, huge atmosphere in here. Even though we're not full, it was a big atmosphere in here during the course of the women's game, and particularly down the stretch when they got loud. And that had to be a huge emotional lift for the Lady Bulldogs in that victory. And they continue to be undefeated in the Gulf South Conference. Open for the three. Nope. Iron unkind, and the rebound to Cole. And let's see how they're going to play it. Back around the perimeter once again. This team would love to be able to knock down the first basket of this half. And again, high curl, not there. But they've cut it to 10. To 9, 52-43. And let's see how they're going to play it. Open for the three is Boykin. And it's off the mark. Fall-away three is not there in Union. The tip. What a tip goes through for Ty Parks. And it's going to go back to Union. That was just one of those where defensive pressure forced that turnover on Selders. And we've got our scoring corrected now. And Selders, Gordon, and Owens each with 10 points for Valdosta State. Gidgel, the leader for Union. No, take it back. DeBuck, the leader for Union, with 14. Gidgel with 12. Hawkins, who had 2 3-pointers in the first half. And that was a little bit of a flop, but Gidgel on the follow can't get it to go. Union with a third opportunity, and there you go. Little Page got it to drop. That's Jeremiah's first basket of the game. So Union has quietly slid this back out to a 13-point margin. The biggest lead was 23 at 50-27. And that finger roll does not go, and he did not get the follow, but he'll go to the line for 2. Foul is on Jeremiah Littlepage. That is his first. So going to the line is Maurice Gordon. He's from Macon, Georgia, and also a transfer from Gulf Coast Community College, same place that Jacoby Owens attended. Maurice is a junior, and so is Jacoby. Gordon with 10 in the game so far, and got the drop. I don't know if I'd call that a Plinko drop. That was more of a pinball machine drop. JC has been open more today for those long bombs, and they're going to take one from the corner, and it was short, and he wanted a foul over there in the corner, but didn't get it. So once again, a chance to close this down to single digits. Boy, I like his green shoes over there. Fall away is there. Nicely handled. Timed well with his jump was Owens, and he has 12. And the key with the Bulldogs right here is to not get impatient, but also not to get too casual. Big three for Boykin. Yes! Net hardly moved on that, and just quietly, Tyree is up to double digits with 10. Bulldogs with 3 in twin doubles. And a foul from behind. It looks like that's going to be Littlepage, perhaps. Yep. Jeremiah commits his second. So at the line, it's going to be Michael Cole. He's got 5 in the game so far. He's had a good day from the free throw line, not so good from the floor, 1 out of 6, but he's hit all 3 of his free throws. And got the friendly roll. And checking back in is JT DeBuck, and coming out is JC Hawkins. And a chance to close it back to within 11. And you got to hand it to this Valdosta State team for fighting back there late in the first half, because Union was at the half-century mark with 4 minutes to go. Bulldogs playing a little slower tempo than they did in the first half. And there you go. Boykin with 2 in a row, and that gives him 3 threes in the game, and he's up to 13. Underneath, and Gidgel couldn't get to it in time. Gordon with 13 to be the game leader for Valdosta State. Getting close to our first media timeout of the second half. With the Bulldogs with this kind of advantage, not quite the same electricity with the crowd. And they go for it. Yep! How about that? Boykin with 3 in a row. And just like that, they've extended the lead back out to 16. Boykin really has the touch now. 6 out of 11 from the floor. Bank shot too high. And here you go. Boy, JT is almost like a wrecking crew. Littlepage with the fake, and he's fouled. No, it's Parks. Yeah, I got to tell Jeremiah and JT that they've got, one of them's got to change their hairstyles because it's just too close to each other. We'll discuss the coiffures later on in the broadcast. We got time out. Bulldogs up by 16. And I spent a lot of time before this game talking to Dave Niven about shooting, and he gave me some insights as to some of the best shot choices for this Bulldog team.
We've got to be a little bit more disciplined in turning down some of the shots we can make, because every shot that our guys are taking are shots they can make. I haven't seen our guys take shots that they can't make. That those would be terrible shots. But we've got to be willing to turn down shots early that we can make in order to get a shot that we can't miss later. And the shots you can't miss, you know, for some of our shooters, it's a wide open three. They're just not going to miss those shots. You know, you look at the way JT DeBuck is shooting the ball from 3 right now. You get him an open look, he's not going to miss it. That's a can't miss shot for us. You get a shot for Bo Gidgel with 2 feet in the paint down there 1-on-1. That's a great look for us. That's a can't miss shot. Bulldog
cheerleaders, and they've had an enjoyable afternoon. It looks as though that unless there's a dramatic collapse, it may be, well, a doubleheader sweep. Dave Niven has had this team just the minute they hit the floor this afternoon, you could tell there was a different intensity in them than what they had in the game against West Florida on Thursday night. In the West Florida teams are down at Christian Brothers this afternoon in Memphis. And let's see if Tyree can nail this one. Yes. 8 for Parks. Boykin is the game leader with 16. Boy, those 3 3-pointers that he had right in a row, and a couple of them he was supremely defended. Off the back of the iron, and let's see which way it's going to go. Give it back to Union. I think some of the fans across the way thought that they helped negotiate that call. So Union has actually an opportunity to make this one a 3-point play on the possession. Boykin works way out front, but he has tremendous leadership skills on this team. Gidgel with the head fake. That one way short and underneath. Bo could not get that one up high enough, and the foul is going to be on Boykin. He just could not stop his momentum and commits his first foul of the contest. Union has committed 13 in the game, 10 for Valdosta State. That's not an extraordinary amount. And on the inside, Bo Gidgel commits the foul after that one just curls right in. And checking in is going to be J.C. Clossy. Gidgel checks out. Parks is going to come out, and J.C. Hawkins comes back in. So Gordon has a chance at another 3-point play and could close the gap to 14. They want to stay within 4 to 5 possessions of the Bulldogs because you still, with this much time left, you have a reasonable chance of being able to make a comeback. Underneath, yeah. Little Page was not going to be denied. The timing on that one was impeccable. Jump from behind the arc is not there, and right into the hands of Boykin. He says, thank you very much. And Hawkins can't make it fall. And this Valdosta State team can run transition well, but you got to hold on to the basketball to do that. Look at this. Again, a timing pattern on that pass to J.C. Clossy, and everybody who has played has now scored for Union. And off the back of the iron, but that's going to send Jacoby Owens to the line for 2. Bulldogs back up by 18. Their largest lead was 23, and Mikhail Simmons getting set to check back in. He had 2 3-pointers in the first half. For Union right now, Boykin 16, DeBuck 14, Gidgel with 12, Parks with 8. And this fellow right here has 13. And on the season, he's a 64% free throw shooter. Lots of time remaining in this one for 14 minutes. And he gets them both. Owens with 14. Gordon has 16, and Selders 10 for the Blazers. When I went to Valdosta State, my dorm was Patterson Hall is what it's known as now, but I was at the era where they hadn't named it yet, and it was called simply S21. And we hated that. Not that we didn't appreciate the Pattersons donating the money, but We hated that because we felt like we were owners of that name, S21. It sounded like a secret agent. But alas, donors get their names on buildings, as well they should. Union turnover, and a big bomb three is there. So once again, this Blazer team, and look at this steal. It's going to be a chase. And underneath, it doesn't go, but the foul is going to be charged to Hawkins. So just like that, Union up 18, and now it's a 5-0 run on the part of the Blazers. And Union making a couple of mistakes. So at the line for two, it's going to be Cam Hamilton. And he gets these two, it's going to cut it down to it's a 7-0 run. It's a 6-0 run right now as Parks checks back in. Littlepage has 3 fouls. Gidgel has 3 for Union. Cole has 3 for Valdosta. In case you wonder where Valdosta is, it's located just about 7 miles from the Florida line. It's not far from Tallahassee, and it goes out of bounds. There's a lot of little Florida towns around there, and they give it back to Valdosta. A lot of little Florida towns around there. Madison, there's a small town called Clyatteville near Valdosta. You've got Shady Grove, Perry. Those are a lot of places in North Florida that are near Valdosta, but it is a beautiful part of the Southeast. And again, trying to get a third opportunity as a basket and just off the mark. Fofana just was out of the angle to make that one work, and Union on the bicycle, the jumper. No, that's short. So Union couldn't make it go in transition. They're going to this time. There is no stopping Simmons. After a little sloppiness, Union gets back to a 14-point margin. And I got a feeling Ms. Simmons is just about coming out of her seat here at the gym. Turnaround jumper is there for Hamilton. Give him 8. So again, Valdosta has made this a very respectable game after Union went up at one point by 18. And the turnaround jumper is there for DeBuck, who has 16. He and Boykin are the leaders for the Bulldogs. Slowing the tempo again as we're under 12 minutes. And there you go. That is going to be called on Boykin, and it is going to be a 3-shot foul after we have a timeout. Well, if you're a fan, you become energized when the pace of any game picks up. Dave Niven says that rhythm and tempo are essential to the feel of any game.
I think that plays a lot into in the course of a game. Certainly, when we're at our best, we feed off of our bench. But we're getting great energy from those guys at both ends of the floor, defensively and offensively. But I think, the mature teams, our teams and mature players are guys that understand if your opponent is making a run, this is the worst time to take a quick shot. This is the worst time to give them the ball back quickly. This is the time for us to be patient and really work to try to get a foul or to get a great look. And
I'll mention to you, Ty Parks has 8 in the game today, and with that 8th point, he has now surpassed 1,000 career points as a Bulldog. Congratulations to him, and that'll be a little measure to celebrate today. Maybe they'll give him a game ball and can let his teammates sign it as a commemoration of 1,000. Let me also tell you about another big accomplishment that Union is very, very proud of, and that is the fact that Union had 76 student athletes on the Gulf South Conference Academic Honor Roll for the fall of 2021. And that is a record high for Union. That passes the previous mark of 64 in 2019. And among them were men's soccer star Gavin Scott. He was named to the GSC Men's Soccer All-Academic Team for the second straight year. And a total of 1,200 athletes from all 13 members of the conference are on the honor roll. And you get on it with at least a 3.0 grade point average and participation versus outside competition in your sport. So congratulations to all of those outstanding scholar athletes. We're very proud of you. Well, you got Hamilton at the line trying to make it 2 out of 3. And everything gets very quiet as he connects to make it a 74-62 game. And again, lots of time remaining in this one. If Union were to suddenly start making a ton of mistakes, they've got opportunities to come back and make this an interesting game. DeBuck is slowing that tempo down a bit. And they go inside. And that was the case simply, and that is not going to be a shooting foul. The foul was charged to King. That is his second. So Union with a new 20. Double, triple spin move, and the foul. As I watched that, I thought that Tyree might be on the verge of being called for a travel, but apparently they said that he didn't leave his pivot foot, so he goes to the line for 2. This game has just gotten very quiet here in the gym. I almost feel like I'm on the 18th hole at Augusta National, and you've got Tyree Boykin at the line, attempting to hit another free throw. And see, when we go quiet, he manages to connect on both of them. That's one sport I've never called on television is golf, but I think I could pull it off. And you got the basket and a foul. They charged that one to J.C. Clossy, and that will be his third. So Union has 3 players with 3 fouls, so Gidgel will come back in. He's got 3. And again, this Valdosta team keeps pecking away at it. It's a 12-point lead and still 11-11 to go, and at the line, it's downtown Ricky Brown. Now, those young ladies are just chomping away on that pizza. I think that's a couple of our volleyball players, and I think one of them might be Jordan Vick. I got to find out if it's Jordan. I'll ask her, what flavor she had and what kind of toppings were on it. They work the perimeter again with the fall away, and almost there, and there's a foul away from the ball, and it's going to be on the Blazers. So Union will play it underneath, and they're going to press just a little bit. It's not an intense half-court trap. And Union's got ball handlers that should be able to break this one, and they do within 6 seconds. And taking it all the way down, and the layup is there for DeBuck, who, again, is having him another fine Saturday. That's becoming his afternoon. 18 for JT. And that one's kicked off of Gidgel's foot. We got 10:25 to go in this one, and Union's already at 78. And they work inside the paint. And the jumper is too strong, but the tip goes through, a little bit aided by Union, but King gets the tip for his first basket. That's Justin King, who is from Tallahassee. And the foul on the inside, and so we just got fouls like crazy now. Union's already committed 8. He didn't have that many in the first half. Union's already committed 8. And Valdosta 5, so Union will play it underneath. And we got triple substitutions coming in for the Blazers. This has been a very high-scoring game today, but at times it doesn't really seem like it. Gidgel, who's had a strong afternoon, but he's been on the bench a lot in the second half with 3 fouls, but he takes it all the way down and has it pushed away. And here comes Selders. Off his foot, but they save it. And Simmons comes away with it. They thought about going for that long pass, but DeBuck, look at that hair flowing. He jumps. He hits. DeBuck with 20. When that hair goes flying, you know a basket is about to fall. And that one just lips around on the back of the rim. And here he goes again. Here he goes. The hair's flying, and the basket is not there, but he draws the foul. JT is all over it. There you go. Mark Campbell and his wife, Molly, Mandy Beth Niven, Dave Niven's wife, up in the stands. And they've had a fine afternoon, although I know Mark probably felt like that he was exhausted at the end of his after that comeback. There they are again. Mandy Beth is... she's talking intensely to somebody down there below her. Sarah Hammond, the former Lady Bulldog assistant coach. She's now a head coach down in the Memphis area. Listen, this is like a morgue. And he hit them both. I've never seen the quiet, the pall that comes over this place whenever even Union goes to the free throw line. It's as if, we're pausing to honor. And you go, the knock away. And here goes the hair again. Look at that. Yes! And timeout Valdosta State. I think they've seen enough. Ty Parks, he was electrified on that one, and he electrified the crowd. Look at them grinning as they come off the floor, and Union's up 84-66. Oh, my goodness. Well, Thursday night, West Florida's Daniel Sofield hurt Union with a couple of hook shots late in the game. I asked Dave Niven how difficult it is to defend against a hook.
Well, his shots were down in the post. He was turning. It wasn't quite the Kareem skyhook of old, but he's 6'7". He's a wing for them, and he had some size on us, and he made a big one late when he didn't have size on us. We had switched and put a bigger defender, probably our best defender, on him, and he still hit a shot with under a minute to go last night, and that was a big shot. That was a possession where we needed to get a stop, and he made some big plays. He's their best player. He played like it last night, and he led them to win.
I was really hoping while we were doing those interviews that Dave was not going to sink down to the bottom like quicksand in the picture. He was close to doing a couple of times. We're going to show you an interesting view of Fred DeLay Gymnasium here, and there we go with the Bulldogs in their huddle, and Dave Niven, and you got to know he has to feel good because he was really I certainly don't want to say discouraged, but disappointed greatly in their effort on Thursday night because he felt like they were going to come out of the house and really be ready for West Florida. And it was just a case that the precision wasn't there, the timing wasn't there, and every time they would make a run, West Florida, that was not playing its best basketball, somehow managed to come from behind. And it was a game that had 12 lead changes in it. But today, Bulldogs have been really on their A game. And sure, there are things that he will talk about that they will need to improve on, but it's still just this has been a solid effort across the board. And we still got 8:40 to go. And Union staying in that tight man-to-man defense. They got 8 on the shot clock, and that 3 was nowhere near, but right there to tap it back through was Gordon. He's got 18. JT, who is Union's leader with 22, and as I say, he's becoming Mr. Saturday Afternoon. Big long three, and Boykin with his 5th three-pointer. He has 21. And Bulldogs are putting some points on the board today. Big three trying the answer shot, and that's off the back of the iron and tipped away and give it to Union. Brown tried about 4 times to save it. Couldn't do it, and now we got a media timeout. Well, continuing on that thread about Thursday night's loss to West Florida, it might be best described as the one that got away. Dave Niven told me that players have no time to dwell on that when they have a big opponent like Valdosta State coming in 2 days later.
The blessing of Thursday, Saturday games, you don't have much time to dwell on it. The message will be really simple. Hey, you play with no energy, no enthusiasm. You got no juice when you come into the gym. You can expect this kind of outcome. So I'll be really interested to see what kind of team we put on the floor, where our energy is from warmups. Like we'll know when we step on the floor for warmups what we got.
And Dave Niven today, it's as if the message has been heard by his team. And he told me, he said that the message is going to be, all right, you know what you're capable of doing. Are you going to get on the floor and execute it? He said, you don't have to waste a lot of time trying to get cute with the game. And he said there were several times that they had shots that they should have shot, if you will, a conventional shot. And when they tried to go in and get some slam dunks that didn't go, they became shot turnovers. I think that is a category that ought to be added to the statistics. I know a lot of people say, well, we've got too many stats as it is, but I really think that that's a great one because it's a somewhat of a hidden part of the game that when you take a bad shot and the other team goes down, rebounds it, and takes it down and gets points, that really ought to count as the equivalent of a turnover. And there you go, Boykin. He was off balance and nailed it. A chance for a 4-point play, and everybody comes over to pick him up. What a fall-away three. And that even brought a grin to Dave Niven's face. You got the original 5 starters in the game now for Valdosta State, and so Boykin is at the line to try to complete a rare 4-point play. And in and out. So Cole comes down with the rebound, but Union now close to its largest lead of the game. It was 23. They are up 22 at this point. And again, Valdosta State staying disciplined, running their conventional pattern offense, trying to get screens to get someone open, and in between defenders, and a nice job of navigating his way through is Michael Cole. He's got 8. That's only his 2nd field goal of the game. He's 2 out of 8 in the contest today, and Union by 20. I'll be very surprised if they don't hit the century mark today because they've just been playing with that kind of intensity. And here goes DeBuck. Knocked away. Nice block on the part of Cole. Parks is going to check out for a bit. Ties in double figures with 10. And let's see how Dave plays it. Boykin again. Oh, he was robbed. Boy, I'm telling you, that one just curled out as if it was a 10-foot putt that was right there and didn't fall. And it is Owens who connects, and he's got 16, which is pretty close to his average. And he's going to try to take it all the way inside, and that floater is there. Tyree with 26 on the afternoon. He and DeBuck have combined for 48 of Union's 92 points as we're under 6 minutes. Fall-away jumper does not fall. And just didn't have the angle right, did Gordon. Look at this. It was too high, but Gidgel gets it right back down. So Gidgel just was very patient there rather than getting rattled. He manages to nail it home. And that jumper is off the back of the iron. That was rather unkind. A stutter step on the way in. And it's the offensive foul. Perfect position. Absolutely. Gidgel was just rigid there and was knocked over, and there goes the foul. And here you go. Mikhail Simmons is doing the job that Cowboy Curling usually does. Did Cowboy leave? I guess he did, because Simmons has now become the number 2 curling champion. I'm proud of Mikhail for doing that, because I don't know what we would have done otherwise. He may have a new job after this one when he's not in the game. There's Gidgel. Bow with 16, and Union is all over it. That's the largest lead now of 24. And again, going for the long three, and the iron was again unkind. They've been getting a lot of offensive boards in this game. Union would have to grow absolutely ice cold not to come up with 100 in this game. Little left-handed floater for downtown Ricky Brown. And we are 4.5 to go. We'll have one more media timeout. Again, Bulldogs have just had precision today. 55% from the field, 54% on three-pointers. It's there, and Boykin, another opportunity for a 4-point play. He is 7 of 10 from behind the arc, and if he hits this one, they will hit the century mark with 4:15 to go. Tyree today with just an outstanding effort. And he connects. 30 points for Ty Boykin. And Union with 100. And now it's just a case of how many they'll wind up with on the board. Foul was charged to Djordjevic. And Dave Niven's probably going to try to get some of these younger guys into the action in the final 4 minutes. Union its largest lead at 26 now. Owens gets the first of them. Jacoby with 17. It's been a tough road trip here in West Tennessee for Valdosta. The Blazers lost on Thursday night at Christian Brothers, and then taking a pounding this afternoon from Union. But it's been a strong afternoon for the Bulldogs to shake those cobwebs off of Thursday night, and rather bad taste in their mouths of what they did not do execution-wise, particularly in the second half. Stop and pop in the fire, and it doesn't go there, but underneath it is Djordjevic who is fouled, and the foul is charged to Ricky Brown. And this place, again, has gone supremely quiet, and the free throws will be shot by Djordjevic right after we hear this, because the really good teams make fewer mistakes when they get to this period in late January. And that's one thing that a lot of that is because of team energy. And Coach Niven says it's just as important from players who aren't in the game often. Illnesses and injuries have kept some of that enthusiasm away for the last couple of games.
It'll be evident from our bench. And listen, we've got some important guys that are on our bench each week that are out right now with sickness, and that stuff matters. we've got some guys that don't play a whole lot, but yeah, they've got a huge role for our basketball team in bringing energy every night, and they do it. And we're without those guys right now. And so just like any other role, somebody else has got to step up. And we need to have some pop when we step on the floor tomorrow.
Dave has given us so much insight into the game all season, particularly today. Just there were so many and we still got one more shot with him, but just the way he's been able to break down the game for all of us. And I hope all of you have enjoyed that. So 3:58 remaining. Bulldogs up 100-76, and Djordjevic will go to the line. He has not been there today. He's got a single basket. And the big guy connects. From Serbia, but he attended Freedom Christian Academy. He's a sophomore for the Bulldogs. And nails them both. As I say, it's just going to be a measure of how much the Bulldogs will put on the board. Big three is way off the mark, and Union is on the bicycle again. And Boykin is going to take his time. They just want to do some things to not make silly mistakes at this point in the contest with this one well in hand. And Djordjevic working one-on-one with a spin move and lost it, but gets it back. And the three. Nope. Hamilton comes down with the board. And that left-hander goes in for Hamilton. He's got 12. Owens and Gordon with 18 each. Selders and Hamilton with 10. Yeah, this is almost like you're listening to a COVID crowd in here right now because nobody has any enthusiasm in the crowd. It's there, and the foul, and Gidgel has nailed another one. Bo 7 of 11 in today's game, and a chance at a three-point play, and now some of these youngsters are getting in here. Caleb Pierce, who is a 6-foot junior from just up the road in Medina, went to South Gibson High School. Boykin checks out with 30 points on the day. And he gets the three-point play. It's been a big day also for Gidgel with 19. And chance of defense once again. Big three from the corner. As we see some of the bench players come in from the other side, Golson, his first three of the afternoon. And Union's going to run their progressions right now because they'd like to see some of these younger guys like Pierce. They're trying to run the play for him, but he just could not make it fall. And it is Gidgel for three. Yes! Getting close to the 2-minute mark, Gidgel with 22. Trying the answer shot. Golson couldn't make it. And Djordjevic high for the rebound. They'll take their time right now. It's not an issue of getting 110, but it's, just trying to run your progressions because you're going to have to shoot the ball at least once. And Pierce for the three. No, it's way short. You could tell it just wasn't going to get beyond the top of the iron. They'll probably run another play to try to get him a basket. And that one rims off, and here they go. And Pierce was open, but the pass was just not crisp enough. And it is there, and the foul. So Golson will go to the line. He's picked himself up a couple of shots here late. And going to the deck hard was J.C. Clossy. But it's been a thorough team performance for the Bulldogs this afternoon. So trying for it is Selders who gets it. And the Bulldogs by 23. Or 24 at 108-84. And again, Caleb Pierce was looking for an opening. Clossy working one-on-one. They got 8 on the shot clock. Here's Jordovich underneath, and he was clobbered by Golson. So the Bulldogs will bounce back and go 15-4 on the season, and this will take them to 9-2 in the Gulf South Conference, and everything hinges on West Florida's game against Christian Brothers this afternoon and West Alabama that was tied with Union at 8-2. And Jordovich makes it 110. So this has been the highest scoring day of the season and in recent memory for a Bulldog team. That one was about a 40-footer that was not there, and they just concede that one as Fofana has 6. Bulldogs got to have some help. Going to be a big total because you got 2 guys with 22 in this game and Boykin with 30. And no question, Tyree is going to be our player of the game. All those threes that he began to bombard everybody with. At one point, he had 5 in a row. 7 of 11 from behind the arc. And the final 38 seconds. Union's going to have to put it up one more time, and Gidgel does, and it sticks. Well, that's the Velcro shot. We've only had 2 of those so far this season at home. Fortunately, players are tall enough today that they don't need to get an extending rod to knock that off of the goal, but no matter what, he was fouled, and so Gidgel goes to the line for 2. And Bo with 23. He's had a perfect day from the afternoon at 6 for 6. And make it 7 for 7. And this will probably be the last possession of the game unless they get an early basket. Bulldogs have just dominated this one actually from the get-go this afternoon. Valdosta State made one run to cut it down to 10 early in the second half, but Union then began to just force feed it back out to where it is right now. Fall away 3 is not there, and Union's going to just skate it out for the final 4 seconds. And that is it. Totally dominant performance for Union, 112-86 over Valdosta State, and the Bulldogs are indeed now 9-2 in the conference. They'll be no more than half game behind. It all depends on West Florida's game today against Christian Brothers, and that can always be an interesting matchup. We don't have a score on that one yet, and I don't know if my good friend Stephen Aldridge can get me that before we are over. But Bulldogs taking a handy one here, and let me try to wrap you up with all the totals. For Valdosta State, they had 4 guys in double figures. Jacoby Owens, I enjoyed watching him play this afternoon. 18 points, and he added to that 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. And then Maurice Gordon, he had 18 points, was 7 of 11 from the floor. Cam Hamilton with 12, he was 4 of 11 from the floor, and there you get some autographs for the kids here by that JT DeBuck, who is just such an exciting player to watch. And then you had 13 points from Cam Selders, the guy from Morgantown, West Virginia, and he was 6 of 8 from the floor. And Valdosta State shot 45%, 26% in three-pointers. It was a rough afternoon from behind the arc for them, 5 out of 19, and 68% from the free throw line. They out-rebounded Union 43-36. But it was a tough day. They committed 14 turnovers, and Union they converted those into 22 points. in the game. For the Bulldogs, you had 4 guys in double figures, but you had 3 of them in the 20s or higher. Tyree Boykin was the big guy today, 30 points, 10 of 17 from the field, 7 of 11 three-pointers, and at one point he fired off 5 straight three-pointers in a row. And he added 3 rebounds and a couple of assists. 24 points for Bo Gidgel, 8 of 12 from the floor, perfect day from the free throw line, and he added 8 rebounds and 4 assists himself, and he had a block shot. And then 22 for Justin DeBuck off the bench. As I say, he's becoming rapidly Mr. Saturday afternoon after his big game against Alabama Huntsville last week. 8 of 15 from the floor, and he also had 3 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals. He's an exciting guy to watch. And then you also had Ty Parks, who went over 1,000 points in his career today with 10 in the game. And 4 of 7 from the floor, 3 rebounds, and he had a steal as well. And you had good support also from Mikhail Simmons, who came into the game, and he had 8. He had 5 assists, and he had a couple of big three-pointers in the first half that certainly were exciting. As I mentioned, I enjoyed meeting his mom before today's game. She's here in person today. And then you had Hawkins and Jordovic with 6 each. So everybody except Caleb Pierce, who got into the game very late, everybody scored today, and it was dominant. Union 54% from the field and 54% in three-pointers, 15 out of 28, and a huge 91%, 19 of 21 from the three-point strike, rather from the free throw strike. Sometimes my eyes just go together when I'm looking at these categories for the stats. So that pretty well wraps it up as the Bulldogs win 112-86, and in one of the great regular season thrillers in a long time. Here, Lady Bulldogs came from 14 down in the first half, and in the closing managed to knock off Valdosta State 59-56 to maintain first place and undefeated in the Gulf South Conference. It looked for a while as if the Lady Bulldogs were just asleep in that first half, but Mark Campbell, as he told us at halftime in the men's game, he credits Ashton Baker in a lot of the energy she brought to the team in that second half that was the catalyst to get them back on the right track, and they made up a lot of the deficit in the third quarter, and then I won't say that they put it to rest, but they were there in the clutch and won it 59-56. So it was a big day for Bulldog fans this afternoon. I invite all of you to join me at 7 o'clock in a little more than 1 hour on ePlus TV6 and ePlusTV6.com for Steve Beverly's TV Classics. If you got a Roku set, you can watch this on the free-to-view app. And tonight we have something, as I've mentioned, it goes against the grain of everything I believe in because I hate these shows with a passion, but we're going to have an all-classic soap opera show from the 50s and 60s, and my special guest is the organist from Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, which is the church that Dr. Martin Luther King Sr. pastored. It is Lance Jackson, and after each one of these old soap operas, he is going to play the theme on the organ and piano, and in some instances simultaneously. Just wait till you hear him play The Edge of Night and As the World Turns. He is absolutely great. You're going to love this guy. So join us at 7 o'clock tonight. We have 3 fun hours together. That about wraps it up from all our friends at the Worthy Road Studios crew, and they have brought us some great pictures today. I'm proud to be a part of them. Our cameras today by Chris Reasons, Billy Bolin, Corey Moore, and Andrew Burris, and the broadcast has been directed by the executive producer of Worthy Road Studios, our ever-cool, ever-present Paul Schultze. And until we're with you on Wednesday night, February 2nd against West Georgia, this is Steve Beverly saying, come back to see us every chance you get, and so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee.